Chapter 1423. There's one more chapter in the afternoon and one more in the evening. It's not that I'm splitting it up on purpose. The earlier I upload it, the earlier I can read it. Moreover, each chapter will definitely have at least 4,000 to 5,000 words. P.S. A lot of foreshadowing, but in the end, it will become a magnificent battle. After Su Fengnian arrived at Huayang Pass, Su Weishang went south to return to Mount Qingliang the next day. The remaining Su Fengnian also began to live in seclusion, not interfering in the affairs of the protectorate. Qi Danghua, who was stationed on the Qingyuan front line, would occasionally ride his horse over to relieve Su Fengnian's boredom. The two would often leave the pass together under the banner of hunting. They would bring several hundred elite cavalry to approach Huda city and watch the flames and smoke of battle from a distance. If they encountered a small group of Beimeng horses, they would be treated as an appetizer for Qi Danghua's white feather guards, who were the most skilled in cavalry and archery in the Beiliang frontier army. The protectorate naturally didn't dare to raise any objections to this. They only secretly scattered many crossbowmen on white horses outside the pass to guard against any accidents. On this day, it was the spring equinox. Thunder roared, wheat sprouted, and the sun rose. A total of 42,000 li. Su Fengnian rode out alone in the early morning. In order not to burden the protectorate and the crossbowmen, he didn't go north to Huda city. Instead, he leisurely headed east to Fuling city. One of the 50 or so crossbowmen on guard duty didn't dare to disturb the king of Beiliang's relaxation. However, probably because he wanted to personally witness the elegance of Su Fengnian, one of the 4 great grandmasters of the world, the commander of the archery team also put in some thought. He allowed the 50 or so riders under his command to have the opportunity to move to within 200 paces of Su Fengnian. However, after that, they had to quickly retreat, otherwise they would be dealt with according to military law. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he just pretended that he didn't see anything. Su Fengnian looked up at the clear sky and suddenly laughed. When he was young, he didn't understand why a cloudless sky was considered good weather. He always felt that the clouds floating in the sky were beautiful, especially the fiery clouds. When he was young, in the prison-like Dantong Pass, he would be happy for several days every time he saw the clouds. Together with the little beggar who he only knew was Zhao Zhu a long time later, the two children could watch the clouds for hours without feeling bored. Ever since they parted, Su Fengnian was always worried that the little beggar wouldn't be able to find food and that he might starve or freeze to death on the street one day. He didn't expect to reunite with the little beggar many years later at the Spring God Lake. All these years, the little beggar had been living well. However, the little beggar had suddenly become His Royal Highness, the Lord of Southern Jianghu. Su Fengnian suddenly stopped his horse and turned his head to the south. In the distance, 4 riders were heading north. When they saw Su Fengnian's figure, they spurred their horses and headed straight for him. Before they arrived, the commander of the crossbowmen on the white horse came to Su Fengnian's side first. He got off his horse and saluted respectfully, "Your Highness, the 4 riders should be Jianghu people who were selected by the Fish Dragon gang to join the army at the border. Do you want me to stop them?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "No, you can retreat to Huayang Pass first." The commander of the archery team accepted the order without hesitation. Although they were sent by the protectorate, it was obvious who was the most powerful person in Beiliang and who the 300,000 border soldiers should listen to. Moreover, who was the prince? Did he really need crossbowmen to protect him? However, after the sturdy commander mounted his horse, he said shyly for the first time, "Your Highness, if I may be so bold as to say, we've all heard about what happened outside Gourd Mouth in Yuzhou. If there's a chance in the future, all of the crossbowmen in Liangzhou would like to fight side by side with your Highness." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. The commander of the archery team patted his horse and left excitedly. He was someone who had spoken to the king of Beiliang. If he went back and told the commandant and those bastards, wouldn't they be jealous? After galloping for several hundred steps, the commander of the archery team looked back. Looking at the figure of the man and his horse, he thought, our prince is really the most romantic person in the world. He's also so amiable and approachable. If he were in the Central Plains, how many young girls would die for him? The commander of the archery team immediately felt indignant. Although he had heard that Mount Qingliang already had 2 potential princesses who had not yet been officially married and had good reputations, it was still too few. Once the crossbowmen were far away, the 4 riders quickly arrived. When they saw Su Fengnian, the leader of the riders was a white-haired but hale and hearty old man. The old man with the sword on his back sized him up and asked with a smile, "Does little brother know where Huaiyang Pass is?" Su Fengnian smiled and pointed out the way for the old man. The old man cupped his hands and thanked Su Fengnian before he introduced himself. He had a heroic spirit of Jianghu. "I'm from Qingsong County in Jiangnan. My Jianghu friends have given me the nickname, Sky Drum. May I ask if little brother is like us, someone who has come to the Beiliang border to join the army?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I'm originally from the border army. My father's generation has already settled down in Beiliang." The old man nodded and said, "I see. I've been rude." The old man smiled helplessly and said with some self-mockery, "It's not that I'm a chatterbox. It's just that the 4 of us are unfamiliar with this place. When I heard that the Beimang barbarian army of 1,000,000 was coming south to knock on the pass, I followed my father and master to Ji Bei when I was young and killed the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. Now, I couldn't hold back my anger and heard that the Fish Dragon Gang, one of the top 10 gangs in the world, could recommend us outsiders to the Beiliang frontier army. So, I brought 3 disciples to Beiliang. The Fish Dragon Gang only gave us 4 temporary travel permits and we suffered a lot on the way north." One of the young men with a long sword on his waist said angrily, "Master, when we met the Beiliang frontier army, they were confident in their combat power. What's the difference between the way they looked at us and the way they looked at the barbarians?" Su Fengnian's 3 trips to Jianghu were not in vain. He immediately understood the meaning behind it. It must be that this group of people relied on their martial arts and had a conflict with the Beiliang frontier army. Otherwise, they would not have used the prefix, confident in their combat power. Instead, they would have directly pointed out the latter sentence. However, what Su Fengnian was curious about was that the Fish Dragon Gang had opened their doors to recruit people from Jianghu. This was originally instructed by Wu Tongyan and Fu Shuifang. However, most of them were low-level masters who were opportunistic and could not survive in Liang Jianghu, so they fled to Beiliang to find a place to stay. There were only 16 people who were willing to go to Beiliang's border to join the army, and those who had some foundation in martial arts were clearly recorded in the Governor-General's office. However, this old swordsman, who Su Fengnian had never heard of before, was a real master of the realm of master. This kind of master could easily establish a sect on Liang Jianghu and become a leader in the martial arts world of a county. It was not difficult for him to go to the capital's Ministry of Justice and get a carp bag to hang around his waist. Su Fengnian casually observed the 4 riders. Other than the level 2 master's gaze, the other 3 people each had their own merits. The young man with a sword at his waist had an arrogant attitude. He had long heard that Beiliang had many talented disciples. This stranger who appeared at the border of the Great Wall for no reason and was not wearing armor and carrying a sword was most likely one of them. The middle-aged swordsman should be the eldest disciple of the master of martial arts in Jiangnan. He was relatively mature and prudent. He discreetly sized up Su Fengnian's hand, trying to find clues that he had once practiced martial arts. He had a lot of experience in Jianghu and did not believe that there would be an ordinary person riding alone in the vicinity when hundreds of thousands of Beimang soldiers were attacking Huda city. As for the last woman in black who wore a veil hat to cover her face, she was also curiously examining the man in front of her who did not look like a Beiliang. He looked more like a young master from a Jiangnan noble family. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what other people think. I just have to be myself. If you really want to talk about things with your eyes, haven't you been looking at us, Beiliang, for 20 years since you left Yang Dynasty?" The young swordsman probably could barely stand the arrogance of the Bailiang frontier army, but he could not stand the arrogance of a Bailiang disciple of the same age. He immediately became angry. The four of us came to Bailiang in the middle of nowhere to join the army. We came to break through enemy lines and kill the enemy, not to listen to the mocking and ridicule of people like you. If it weren't for the fact that my master and the second guest of Mount Hui, Hong Yu, were close friends. The old man's expression was stern. He stopped his disciple from continuing to speak without fear. Chong He. Chapter 14:24. The young man called Chong He turned his head away and silently sulked. In the Jianghu of Jiangnan, he had always been a cultured and refined gentleman of the sword. He shouldn't have been so rude and disrespectful. However, now that he was outside the barren Bailiang Pass, he often rode his horse for a day without seeing anyone. He was not acclimatized to the environment and was unbearably sullen. Thinking back to his hometown in the Central Plains, it should be a beautiful season in the misty rain. There would be alleys selling apricot flowers, boating on lakes, and dancing in brothels all night long. Even if he didn't do anything, it was still enjoyable to practice martial arts with his martial brothers and sisters in the deep courtyard of his home. It was better than drinking wind and eating sand and being bullied in the northwest border. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "How about I lead the way for you?" The young man immediately muttered, being unaccountably solicitous, "He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Isn't he still having bad intentions towards my sister?" The old man glared at his disciple, who was shooting his mouth off. He then turned to Su Fengnian. Without being pretentious, he laughed heartily and said, "That's just as well. When we reach the Great Wall and hand over the travel pass, I'll definitely treat little brother to a few jeans of green ant wine. To tell you the truth, I have long heard of this wine. However, when I tasted it in the past, the taste. I don't dare to compliment it. I didn't think that now that I am in Bailiang, the more I drink, the more I can't put it down. I bought 2 pounds of wine at Longkou Pass in Liangzhou and it was empty in less than 2 days. Now the wine worm in my stomach is revolting fiercely." The 5 of them traveled together. The old man and Su Fengnian chatted about Bailiang's local customs. They had a tacit understanding not to ask about each other's identities. It was a big taboo to talk about such things with strangers. However, the young swordsman quickly couldn't hold himself back. His voice was neither soft nor loud, just loud enough for Su Fengnian to hear. He said, "Sister, the founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty once wrote a letter to the master of the grasslands. He said, 'To the north and west of Jizhou, the place where the bow is drawn is under your command. And to the south and east of Jizhou, the crown and belt are to be built by me. Tens of thousands of people will plow and weave, my subjects and lords will live in peace, and there will be no tyranny.'" The young woman's voice was gentle. "Senior brother, didn't you say that when you first entered Bailiang?" In front, Su Fengnian laughed and said, "This is for me, a Bailiang barbarian from the west of Ji province." The old man who was running side by side with Su Fengnian smiled knowingly. "Little brother, you're so magnanimous." Su Fengnian joked, "It's because I've been holding it in bit by bit. Otherwise, would have suffered internal injuries." That young man named Chong He was obviously seriously injured. Su Fengnian suddenly said, "The Hong Yu you are familiar with, is it the Hong Yu who recently became the deputy general of the Rouge Heavy Cavalry?" The old man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "That's him." Su Fengnian laughed. "Senior, you've already handed over your travel permit at the protectorate. You'll have to go south again for a while, to the grave, to find General Hong. At that time, I'll ask someone to lead the way for you. Otherwise, you really might not be able to see General Hong. It's not that we Bailiang are narrow-minded. It's just that General Hong's current position is very special. Not to mention you, even many of the Bailiang frontier army generals with real power can't easily see those heavy cavalry." Then the old man and Su Fengnian looked at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Then the two talked about interesting stories of the Central Plains Jianghu. The old man was very knowledgeable and talkative. He talked about the current situation of Mount Hui, about the Rouge Heavy Cavalry's civil and military evaluations, and about the general evaluations. He couldn't suppress his exultation. With little brother's insight, I'm sure you know why I put the general evaluations at the end. The general evaluations include Liang, Beimang, and Beiliang, while the general evaluations only include Liang. This is probably the most important evaluation since the fall of the Great Feng dynasty. There are 10 people in the general evaluations. There are 4 in Liang, Chen Zhibao, Chao Changqing, Gu Jiantang, and Lu Shengxiang. Beimang has 3, Dong Zhua, Lu Gui, and Yang Yuanzan. Beiliang has Yan Wenluan, Chu Lushan, and Great Ancestor Gu. At the end of the general evaluations, there are additional comments on Xia Shibian, Ko Jianghuai, Tuoba Qiyun, Zhong Tan, and Song Li. Su Fengnian joked, Yuan's Wuzong didn't make the list. I'm not convinced. Perhaps the young swordsman didn't like Su Fengnian, so he couldn't help but argue. Beiliang is still not satisfied. There are 3 people in the general evaluations. If you add Chen Zhibao, who rode into Shu alone, there are 4. That's almost half of the rankings. In addition, there's the young king of vassal state who became one of the 4 grandmasters. There's also Su Yanbing who suddenly appeared. As for the evaluations, there's also Beiliang's junior guardian Chen Wang and son Yin. They're on the same level as Yin Maochun. What else does Beiliang want? Su Fengnian smiled calmly, that's why Beiliang is a good place. Not only do we have barbarians, but we also have scholars who can turn the tide and help the people. That guy instantly suffered another internal injury. The woman in the hat covered her mouth and smiled. The old man sighed, for so many years, this old man has always been puzzled by one thing. With Beiliang's manpower and material resources, how can they support the 300,000 cavalry at the border? Su Fengnian said softly, in order to compete with Beimang, the Liang army claims to have 800,000 cavalry. It's more than the Dafeng dynasty at its peak, half in Beiliang and half in Liang. For some reason, when the 4 of them heard this, their eyes were filled with the monotonous and desolate scenery of the northwest. They couldn't help but have a complicated feeling. As they approached the Huaiyang Pass, Su Fengnian asked, Senior, if you didn't know Hongyu, who was a general in Beiliang, would you still come to Beiliang? The old man was stunned and said calmly, of course not. Su Fengnian nodded slightly. His expression didn't change. However, the old man soon smiled and said, but since Su Zhao's death, the muddled account of unrighteous spring and autumn has come to an end. I believe this old man isn't the only one who thinks this way. Many people of the older generation think the same way. Since that young man surnamed Su said those words in Tai and City, as long as they didn't have a blood feud with him, many of the knots in their hearts were untied. After entering Beiliang, this old man heard a lot of things and realized that many things were very different from what he imagined. In the future, he'll find time to write to his old friends in his hometown and tell them about a different Beiliang. It turns out that here, there's also the sound of books, the sound of chickens and dogs, and... When the old man said this, he couldn't help but laugh. There's also the wine cellar who makes me regret that I didn't come 30 or 40 years earlier. Su Fengnian said seriously, cold women are just like the green ant wine that burns like fire in the mouth. Once you're addicted to it, it'll be hard to change to another wine in your life. The young man snorted and said, then why did your king of Beiliang marry 2 women from other places? Su Fengnian was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, he turned his head and said helplessly, this time. I admit defeat because your swordsmanship is unparalleled. At first, the young man looked smug. Then, he put on a cold face. But soon, the corners of his mouth curled up. When he looked at this abominable Beiliang son again, he didn't seem so annoying. The Huaiyang Pass that appeared in the vision of the 5 riders was different from Huda City and Liuya Fuling. Since it was named Pass, it meant that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. It also meant that once the smoke of war rose, this place would become a battlefield for the military. Most of the passes mentioned in military books were like this. No matter the size, as long as one wanted to cross the border quickly, one had to take down these passes that were built on the roads and strategic locations. Only then could one drive straight in without any worries. On the contrary, there were many majestic cities and huge towns that looked very awe-inspiring, but once the battle began, they could very well circle around the city. There were many such cities in the Liang defense line, but this didn't mean that their appearance was meaningless. On the contrary, although their existence didn't have much of an effect in stopping the enemy's army, their existence itself was a type of deterrent. To the northern Mang, they were a type of chicken ribs. If they attacked, they would suffer heavy losses. If they circled around, their supplies would be in danger. However, all the cities were rooted and unmoving. Generals and military strategies were flexible. When the time came, it would depend on who was stronger and who was stronger. Beiliang was lacking in depth. The most tragic thing about it was that every inch of its territory was a place of death where blood would flow. Since Beimeng attacked Beiliang with the power of the entire country, it was under the premise that Beiliang would force them to fight for territory inch by inch. They still had to rely on their national strength to crush them. At this time, Su Fengnian outside the Huaiyang Pass was a little worried. He wasn't worried about the aggressive Beimeng army. Instead, he was thinking about the farmer's proverb that every second of the wheat in the spring equinox was worth 1,000 gold. He thought about how many Beiliang people would have a shortage of food this year. He thought about the children who were still in private school when he passed through the Tuma Pass. They would probably be even more envious of the thin skin but filled meat buns. At this time, the graceful woman with the hat on her head held back her shyness and quietly stared at the man whose name she didn't know. There was only one thought in her mind that made her embarrassed. If only he was the young great-grandmaster that she yearned for day and night, if only he was the king of Beiliang that many of her close friends in her hometown adored. When they heard that she was coming to Beiliang, many of the noble ladies who only knew how to do needlework, who were usually gentle and graceful, almost eloped with her. Her master laughed and said that this kind of scene that made all the men in the world beat their chests and stamp their feet was probably only seen many years ago when Li Chungang roamed the Jianghu with a sword. Now, how many people didn't miss the beautiful women in Jiangnan? Chapter 1425. During the spring equinox of the second year of Xiangfu, if it was said that no one cared about the increasingly intense war in the northwest, then the situation of Guangling Road, which was originally going well, suddenly took a turn for the worse, making the capital of Liang very worried. All of this originated from the young man at the western border of Xie. After the soldiers on the eastern front of Guangling had gotten used to Ko Jianghuai's mysterious movements, the main general Song Li slowly pushed forward step by step, continuously reducing the space for the West Chu army to perform. Not only did he take back all of the lost land, he also successfully instigated a number of West Chu officers who had rebelled at that time. He compressed the 20,000 infantrymen of West Chu's main force to the front line of Dangyin River and Crow Cry Valley. At that time, not only did Song Li's army have 30,000 Guangling Road infantrymen, there were also 8,000 elite cavalry who were good at fighting as a mobile force. In addition, Song Li had always been steady in commanding troops. No matter how one looked at it, it was a situation where victory was in the bag. The only problem was whether or not they could break into the old capital of West Chu before Lixia. But it was at this moment where victory was at their fingertips that the inferior Xie Shibian suddenly began to exert force, taking the initiative to attack. Afterwards, it was rumored that Song Li's cavalry moved out in full force, wanting to use several thousand cavalry to thin out the enemy's formation. Using the grassland nomadic cavalry's best move, the 8,000 cavalry were divided into 3 groups, and each group was divided into 5 horizontal groups. The nomadic cavalry was at the front, and the elite cavalry was at the back. Facing the enemy's rear, the elite cavalry quickly passed through the gaps and charged forward, launching a projectile attack. Then, under the situation where the battle line was neat and tidy, the elite cavalry retreated, and the light cavalry retreated in turn. But Xia Shibian only had 5,000 strong, heavily armored infantrymen, holding mo swords more than 10 feet long, to form a dense horizontal formation at the front. Ignoring the arrows, they advanced like a wall. When the shrinking Guangling cavalry had no choice but to launch a true charge, facing these heavily armored infantrymen who were like great halberds of West Chu, it was actually a phrase that made the officials of the Ministry of War of Tian City look at each other in dismay. Men and horses will be crushed when they meet them. Then, the scattered remnants of the cavalry could only use their own infantry to circle out of the battlefield. What followed was an even more tragic infantry battle. Although the Guangling infantry, whose morale had hit rock bottom, did not retreat, it was still difficult to stop West Chu's advance. The main general, Song Li, did not hesitate to personally charge into the formation, leading 800 men to break through West Chu's mo sword formation. Even so, in the following battle, Xia Shibian, who had been jokingly called by the Liang imperial court before the battle, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice, repeatedly mobilized troops that had been biding their time to enter the battlefield. There were less than 1,000 of them, but all of them accurately remedied a few dangerous situations. Song Li was not a mediocre general, fighting bravely. Twice, he led troops to within 100 steps of Xia Shibian's formation and was forced back by arrows. Afterwards, Xia Shibian used the thousands of cavalry hidden in ambush to charge into the formation. Song Li had long prepared for this. Even though the battle was at a stalemate, he still strictly ordered the cavalry that had suffered heavy losses not to enter the battle formation lightly to support his side. He only allowed the cavalry captains to lead 500 cavalry to take turns killing the enemy. This was the only way to prevent the Guangling cavalry and infantry from collapsing in one battle under the charge of the 3,000 West Chu cavalry. The two armies of West Chu and Guangling fought from noon to dusk. Corpses were strewn all over the field. Xia Shibian's 20,000 infantry had suffered more than 15,000 casualties. When Song Li's 40,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry finally retreated from the battlefield, there were less than 5,000 people left who could still fight. However, the truth that truly made the soldiers on both sides feel a chill run down their spines was that when Song Li took the initiative to retreat more than 10 li away from the battlefield, Xia Shi sent out 3,000 light cavalry that seemed to have descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, the ones who stopped this cavalry from expanding their pursuit were the 5,000 ambushes that Song Li also wanted to use to win by surprise. The Liang imperial court, in the court meeting after the urgent memorials arrived in the capital, all heavily criticized Song Li, saying that he was muddle-headed in his use of troops and that he had a great advantage but was not able to control the situation. The emperor was furious and ordered Song Li to go to the capital to beg for forgiveness. However, in the small court meeting that only the central government officials met, Son of Heaven Zhao Zhuan was the first to praise Song Li. He said that he was not in the Guangling army, much less Song Li. The second-in-command of the Secretariat, Zhao Yuling, even said that although Song Li had caused the Guangling war situation to deteriorate, because before Lu Xingxiang entered the border, Guangling temporarily had no power to fight on land. They could only place their hopes on Guangling Prince Zhao Yi's navy. However, in the end, they only lost a small battle to test the depth of West Chu's military power. At that time, the old general Yang Shenxing was also included in the small court meeting. He immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness, sobbing silently. However, he did not absolve himself. Instead, he said that Yan Zhenxuan's death was the fault of him and the old soldiers of Ji province. The emperor, Zhao Zhuan, did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he comforted this old general who had brought shame to the imperial court. He even appointed his eldest son, Yang Huchen, who had lost an arm during the Battle of Guangling, as the deputy general of Ji province, to lead the infantry of Ji Nan, who had been through hundreds of battles not long ago, to Ji Bei, to make up for his father's mistake. After the spring equinox, the 100,000-strong army of Nanjiang had arrived in Xiangzhou. Yan King Xiaobing fell sick along the way and had no choice but to let Crown Prince Zhao Zhu lead the troops. At the same time, General Lu Shengxiang and the old general of the same generation as Yang Shenqing and Yan Zhenchuan led the troops on two fronts, a total of 40,000 elites. They worked together with the Nanjiang army to pincer the West Chu rebels. Before this, the Liang imperial court seemed to have used a huge loss of 90,000 casualties and the death of a king to create the fame of Xia Shibian and Ko Jianghuai, these two young men of West Chu. At such a time, West Chu made a sound that shocked the world. After Su Shao, another king of the dynasty, Chen Jibao, wrote a letter to the capital, saying that he had raised 10,000 soldiers and could assist Guangling at any time. Although it was rejected by the Ministry of War. However, the imperial court was still shocked and praised him as the sound of spring thunder. It was enough to see the special position of the white-clothed war saint in the hearts of the people of Liang. It seemed that in Liang's eyes, those traitors of northern Liang, such as Chen Jibao, the Confucian Grandmaster Yao Baifeng, the imperial relative Yan Jieshi, and Jean Lanting, who was now the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, were all particularly pleasing to the eyes of Tai and City. Within the Beiliang Governor-General House, Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan led a group of Liangzhou border generals to discuss the victory of Xia Shibian and Song Li. This was perhaps the only entertainment of the Beiliang generals during wartime. Huayang Pass Lieutenant Huang Laifu's words were full of disdain. Didn't this Xia family kid learn his military tactics from us? In areas where the battle lines are not fully spread out, he secretly accumulates strength and throws it into the battlefield in batches at critical moments. Our Beiliang frontier army's most observant lieutenants all know this. The only thing he can take out is the MO sword array that he learned from who knows where. But it is still all right to deal with the Guangling cavalry, but against our cavalry, it is the same as the West Chu great halberd warriors of the past. Su Fengnian said, after all, this is the first time since the spring and autumn period that a cavalry on foot has been used. No matter how strong Song Li's cavalry is, we should get a feel of it. Do you have the detailed layout of the MO sword formation? As always, Chu Lushan was looking at the various geographical details on the sand table. Hearing this, he raised his head and smiled. I'm still waiting for news from Fu Shuifang. However, based on the rough losses on both sides, Xia Shibian's MO sword formation should be much more complete than the great halberd battle formation of the past. I believe that Gu Jiantang's Tu Liao side will soon be popularized, and he will have to ask for a large sum of money from the Lion of the Ministry of Revenue. The sturdy commandant from Qingyuan Army Town frowned and said, based on the spy report, Xia Shibian and Song Li are not of the same mind. They are both shrewd and cunning, and are very cautious and bold in their use of riding. In the past, I've only heard that Ko Jianghuai of West Chu is adept at long-distance raids without regard for the strength of his legs. Even if his overall strength is less than the enemy's, he can still fight with many on the battlefield. Furthermore, he has never defended or besieged a city. He fights as if his infantry can be used as cavalry. It's very chewy. Chu Lushan laughed cruelly. Ko Jianghuai is using a string of dazzling victories to tell the world how to fight in the Central Plains in the future. It's no longer as simple as you besiege a city and I defend it. All campaigns have the goal of eliminating the enemy's strength. If you hide in the city like a turtle, I'll find a way to force you out of the city to fight. If you have a large number of troops coming out of the city, I won't fight first. I'll find the right opportunity to defeat you once again. In any case, it's just a quick cut of flesh. 1 to 2 gene of flesh each time. After a few more times, you'll only see the bones. If great ancestor Gu's suggestion of fighting outside the city for the first time was enough to broaden the horizons of the military strategists of later generations, then Ko Jianghuai's novel way of fighting is a perfect extension. It can probably be called fighting outside the city to weaken the meaning of the city to the greatest extent. If used well, one can seize the initiative everywhere. Of course, when I was fighting in the hinterland of Beimang, I was already playing like this. It's just that the spearhead wasn't aimed at Liang, so those court officials didn't know how to feel pain. Luya rubbed his chin and said, Guangling Dao finally has a general who understands military affairs like Song Li to support them. That emperor of Liang must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Just like that, he took him to Tai and city to denounce him. It's obvious that Zhao Yi's navy will also be eaten by Chao Chongqing. Chapter 1426. Su Fengnian shook his head and said softly, purely from the Battle of Guangling, we shouldn't have touched Song Li. But looking at the overall situation, the imperial court's actions that seem to be destroying their own foundations are actually of the same origin. Back then, the Spring and Autumn 8 kingdoms were destroyed and the generals were given out. Now, the Zhao family wants to gather all the military power in the world so that they can deal with the future war with Beimang. Yang Shenxing and Yan Zhenshuan and the private armies under their command quelling the rebellion were one side of the matter. The Tangxi sword Immortal Lu Baijia, the Southern Expedition Commander-in-Chief Lu Xingxiang, the Longxiang General Su Gong, the Western Liaoning General Tang Taizuang, and the current Song Li, these people entered the capital one after another to become officials. The imperial court intentionally allowed West Chu to revive the country. Other than not expecting West Chu to give them such a big show of strength from the start, everything else happened as expected. Even the king of Yen sending 100,000 troops up north to support was arranged long ago. Don't look at how West Chu cleared out the Guangling battlefield in one go. In reality, he was just helping the imperial court to kill more people. In the end, the imperial court is using this to weaken the vassals and suppress the power of the local generals. It can be considered an open conspiracy. After Luya had cursed the two emperors of the Zhao family for not being good people, he immediately smiled at Su Fengnian and said, Your Highness's way of looking at problems is indeed different from us. It's a tall building. What's a tall building? Huang Laifu hurriedly said, Tall building, his mother, I forgot about it. Chu Lushan rubbed his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. Su Fengnian smiled and said, From a strategically advantageous position. The two captains said in unison, Yes, from a strategically advantageous position. Then they each praised, Your Highness is extremely talented. Your Highness is very knowledgeable. Our Baoyang Protector General's eyes seemed a little melancholic. Su Fengnian joked, That's enough, flattery is not suitable for you guys. You guys should just lead your troops into battle. In the future, when we win a great battle, I can flatter you guys without a problem. The entire hall burst into laughter. After Chu Lushan returned to the sand table of Northern Liang and finished discussing the arrangements with the generals, Su Fengnian walked toward Chu Lushan's residence. After Su Fengnian walked into the cramped courtyard, he said emotionally, It's been hard on you. Habitually, Chu Lushan bent over and said with a smile, Although Lu Qiu, her has been living a luxurious life all these years, back when she was so poor, she would be overjoyed if she could have a hot steamed bun to eat. Later on, she joined the Su family's army. That was how she gained this fat bit by bit. Wang Yi might not believe it, but Lu Qiu, was once as thin as a match. Her entire body added up to about 120 caddies of meat. But at that time, her flesh was firm and she could endure hardships. Su Fengnian really didn't know about this. He looked at Lu Qiu, who was as fat as a mountain. I can't imagine what you looked like when you were thin. Chu Lushan sighed. That's right. Even I almost forgot about it. Su Fengnian had specially brought those 2 jars of chess pieces today. Chu Lushan had someone find a finely made Torea wood chessboard. The two sat across from each other after not seeing each other for a long time. Su Fengnian played white, Chu Lushan played black. They started the game. Su Fengnian lost. Chu Lushan finally won. Because Chu Lushan had waited for so many years. Finally, he didn't have to deliberately go easy. Sitting cross-legged on a large embroidered stool, Chu Lushan looked dazedly at the chessboard. He sighed and said, "Today, I finally know the true depth of His Royal Highness's chess skills. It turns out that Lu Qiu was going easy on him back then, and His Royal Highness had never worked hard." Hearing the somewhat unfamiliar title, His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian became absent-minded for a moment. He sighed and said, "I sent people to Qingzhou to find Lu Su, but the result was disappointing. Lu Su told me that he would rather go to the capital than come to Beiliang." Chu Lushan grinned and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force them." Su Fengnian grunted and said helplessly, "I heard that Su Xiao had captured many scholars of the spring and autumn period, but most of the people he liked weren't willing to work under him. He could only let them go." Chu Lushan smiled awkwardly and said softly, "Foster father did let them go, but many of them were secretly killed by Lu Qiu, afterward. Among them was the elder of Yuan Baixiong's best friend." Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "No wonder second brother Yuan said he wanted to light your sky lantern." Chu Lushan chuckled. "Unlike Mr. Zhao, I came from a poor background like Mr. Li. I was born to be at odds with aristocratic figures. I don't have Mr. Li's magnanimity. Back then, when I saw those arrogant fellows, I couldn't wait to chop off their heads. Now that I think about it, I should have been more lenient and killed fewer people back then." Su Fengnian was speechless. Chu Lushan twirled a cool chess piece between his fingers and said, "Putting aside the officials of Spring of Eternal Hui, Tang Shi Sword Immortal Lu Baijie, head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong, Imperial College's Left Chancellor Yao Baifeng, Dongyuan Pavilion's Grand Scholar Yan Jieshi, Southern Expedition Commander Lu Shengxiang, Dragon General Su Gong, and so on. These people were invited by Zhao Dun to the capital to fill the vacancy after the collapse of Jianghu. As for Song Kelly and the others, they were chess pieces that Zhao Dun deliberately suppressed when he was alive, so that the next emperor could show his majesty. Then Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Tang Taizhuang, New Chess Saint Fan Changho, Guangling Sect Song Li, Junior Guardian Chen Wang, Ji Province's General Yuan Tingshan, Sun Yin, and Lu Su are the newcomers cultivated by the new Emperor Zhao Zhuan himself." Chu Lushan sneered, "Apart from the unreasonable moves against our Beiliang, the other moves are all in line with orthodox chess theory." Su Fengnian sighed emotionally. Zhao Dun must have thought it through carefully before choosing the fourth Prince Zhao Zhuan and not the first Prince Zhao Wu. "We can't deny this. So far, Zhao Zhuan has done a flawless job." Chu Lushan suddenly looked at Su Fengnian with a playful gaze. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. "Don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing between me and that empress. Do you think that the imperial family of the Zhao clan is blind? Besides, it's not like you don't know that Yan Dongwu and Li Fuzhen are the same. Both of them ignored me back then. To be precise, they saw me as an enemy." Chu Lushan smiled mischievously. "Lu Qiu, is just thinking about what's good for her." Su Fengnian scolded with a smile, "Do you really think all the women in the world should like me?" Chu Lushan put down the chess piece and stretched out both hands, saying with a righteous expression, "Your Highness, you don't know, but there are at least 8,000, if not 10,000, young ladies from influential families in the Central Plains who are in love with you." Chu Lushan said leisurely, "There's nothing we can do about it. In the 100 years of the Jianghu, there might be quite a few people with peerless martial arts, but there are very few who are handsome and elegant. Counting them, there's only old sword god Li Chungang. Wang Xianji. That old geezer. Tuoba Bodhisattva. A northern barbarian. Dong Tai. It's true that his swordsmanship is profound, but it's a pity that he can't get past his appearance. Originally, Qi Xianzhu and Chao Chongqing could each be counted as one, but one was a Taoist immortal who never entered the world, and the other was a bookworm who only wanted to restore his country. So only your Highness lived up to everyone's expectations. You went to Liang Lake twice and had countless interesting stories. You also went to Tai and City and became the Grand King of Beiliang. You even killed Wang Xianji, and there were countless rare calligraphy and paintings that you identified as fake circulating in the capital and Jiangnan. At the same time, there was the rise of Xueping and Xianyuan Qingfeng, which was equivalent to creating momentum for your highness, who had personally visited Mount Hui. How could those ladies not go crazy? It's really like rain after a long drought. Su Fengnian really didn't know that this would happen. He said self-mockingly, if that's the case, then there will definitely be more people who hate our Bailiang in the future. Chu Lushan laughed heartily. Of course. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Just take those aunties in Yanji County who don't have to worry about marriage. As long as a matchmaker says which family's man looks a bit like your highness, the market will suddenly become hot. Su Fengnian could only laugh it off. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere in the room seemed to change. Chu Lushan suddenly asked seriously, Your Highness, there's something I don't know if I should say. Su Fengnian said, You can ask, but you might not answer. For Lu Qiu, to ask so seriously, it wasn't that Su Fengnian was deliberately mystifying things, but that he really didn't have the confidence to give an answer. As expected, Chu Lushan asked a very tricky question. After your highness went to Beimang, especially after returning to Bailiang with Su Huainan's head, Lu Qiu knew that the war with Beimang would be different from what everyone had imagined. So, Chu Lushan must ask your highness today, if there comes a day when your highness has to make the same choice as adoptive father did back then, what choice would you make? Su Fengnian hesitated. Chu Lushan stared fixedly at him and quickly said, Your highness knows one thing. When the time comes, the person sitting on the dragon throne in the Zhao family might not necessarily be Zhao Zhuan. It might be that Zhao Zhu who was with your highness at Dantong Pass. Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Instead, it was Chu Lushan who asked the question, who continued, If that time really comes, the same choice will no longer be the same situation in the world. Compared to the Su family who had no chance of winning back then, in the future, between the Su family and the Zhao family, at the very least, we will be evenly matched. The general trend is in our hands. The chess game between the two was already set. It was already dead. Su Fengnian took a deep breath and said bitterly, Lu Qiu, I've disappointed you. Chu Lushan slowly lowered his head. Su Fengnian also lowered his head and didn't say anything, staring blankly at the chessboard. At some point, Su Fengnian was still sitting in his original spot. Chu Lushan had already stood up and walked over to Su Fengnian's side. With some difficulty, he bent down and reached out a hand to gently rub Su Fengnian's head. He said softly, Although I'm very disappointed that I didn't hear the answer I wanted, Your Highness. You might have forgotten, but His Royal Highness, when you were young, out of all your adoptive sons, you were the closest to that silly Lu Qiu, I, Lu Qiu, have always been proud of this, happier than winning a battle. If there comes a day when Lu Qiu, who has been alone since childhood, has to give up his 300 caddies of fat on the battlefield, don't be sad. If I, Chu Lushan, have a family in this life, then it's worth it. Chapter 1427. Huta City was a nail that Beimang's army had to pull out when they went south. Huta City was huge and lofty. It was known as no other place in the border, no other place in the northwest. It was 4.5 li long from east to west and 5 li from north to south. Bailiang's road took 6 years to build. It was said that half of the dynasty's northwest was used up. Its south gate was called Dingding Gate, which was criticized by the civil officials of Liang. Just on the north side of the Tiger Head city, there were 12 winches and 12 crossbows, with 7 crossbows. The arrows were as big as the rafters of a house, with iron leaves as the feather. The arrows were as fast as thunder, and could reach as far as 700 paces away. At the end of the spring and autumn period, when Gu Jiantang attacked the old southern Tang, he used these crossbows to shoot through the southern Tang Navy's large turreted ships to show the military power of Liang. If it wasn't for these giant ballistae intimidating and restraining them, if Northern Mang's infantry were allowed to wantonly push forward the siege weapons, Tiger Head City's defenses definitely wouldn't have had enough strength to spare. Using more than 1,000 stone catapult carts of various sizes to attack a single city, this was something only a madman would do. In history, this had only happened once during the middle stages of Great Feng Dynasty's decline. The city that suffered disaster at that time was precisely Great Feng Country's capital, whose scale wasn't inferior to Great Peace City. Of course, although Beimang's central line had the same number of catapults, the only difference was that the weight of the catapults was 20 to 30 gen more. Therefore, overall, the power of the catapults was far less than that of the attack in the middle of the Feng Dynasty. Huda City was easy to defend and hard to attack. It also had Liuya and Fuling to help restrain Beimang, so that Huda City wouldn't follow in the footsteps of Xiang Fan's 10 years lonely city. In addition, there were 6,000 cavalry in Huda City that could take the initiative to attack at any time. They could also coordinate with the elite cavalry of Liuya and Fuling. The defense line of Huaiyang Pass was also less than 100 li away from the front line of the four towns. All of them were elites of the Bailiang frontier army who dismounted to defend the city. If it wasn't for the fact that Northern Mang's central line of defense had sufficient military strength and possessed an absolute advantage in numbers, Northern Liang would have launched a large-scale cavalry battle at any moment. Therefore, in the spring of the second year of Xiangfu, Huda City became the only main character, attracting most of the attention from both sides of Liangmang. After the Bailiang Protectorate, or perhaps one should say Su Fengnian, personally decided to defend Huda City to the death for a year, under the leadership of Deputy Administrator Song Dongming and Liangzhou Provincial Governor Tian Peifang, more than 10,000 infantrymen were sent to Liuya and Fuling, two towns within Liangzhou. Of these, 4,000 were youths from Liuzhou, carrying a large amount of equipment and supplies. They traveled north, and under the strict escort of the White Feather Guards personally led by Qi Danghua, they entered the two towns. For this reason, Beimang symbolically sent out 20,000 cavalrymen to bypass Huda City and try to intercept them. However, in the end, they didn't fight to the death with the White Feather Guards, and only two small-scale battles broke out. After this, Beimang should have guessed Bailiang's strategic intentions, and increased the intensity of the attack on Huda City. Their siege techniques were mainly derived from the gourd mouth of Yuzhou. However, compared to the simple and crude attack on Huda City, Beimang attacked Huda City with a lot of new ideas. In addition to the catapults, the craftsmen of the southern dynasties also created a large number of towed carts for Beimang to fill up the trenches, and flying towers for archers to shoot from high altitudes and destroy the battlements on the city walls. They also tried to build a mountain near the city, and even sent cave masters to explore the terrain, digging tunnels day and night to collapse the city walls or to enter the city. For this reason, Huda City made all kinds of responses. Beimang's infantrymen were unafraid of death. They rushed forward, wrapped the soil with straw and branches, and threw it into the trenches. Huda City shot the red-hot iron balls into the trenches and into the crevices of the straw. In the end, the ashes and soil only increased by a few inches, which was far from Beimang's expectations. Huda City dug trenches inside the city walls and used fire to attack the trenches. Nearly 1,000 Beimang soldiers suffocated in the trenches and died miserably. Tiger Head City had long been prepared for the continuous assault of Northern Mang's 1,000 catapult carts. Lu Jinu's plan was meticulous and meticulous. He had long ordered people to prepare more than 400,000 earthen blanks, using them to reinforce the city walls before the battle. Even though they were not as sturdy as the original city walls made of rammed earth, they made the catapult carts that Northern Mang had originally used to obtain victory merely look like decorations. When Beimang used the stupidest method to turn the soil into a mountain outside Huda City, Lu Jinu used his own method to counter Beimang. He dug a tunnel to hollow out the foundation and sank thousands of Beimang's enemy soldiers. When the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked, dust flew everywhere. Even the Huaiyang Pass Governor-General House could see it. Even Chu Lushan, who rarely praised others, could not help but exclaim, "Lu Jinu is good at both offense and defense." As for the northern Mang high-ranking officers who had suffered enough, towards this northern Liang famous general whose reputation had long spread far and wide, everyone wanted to eat his flesh even more. After Liuya and Fuling each obtained 5,000 infantry to help defend the city, the light cavalry of the two towns could completely let loose. At the same time, Su Fengnian personally ordered the Xianli ranch's horse farms in inner Liangzhou to change or replenish warhorses for Liuya and Fuling, who originally needed to take care of long-distance raids. Instead, they had to focus on explosive power. Su Fengnian and the Governor-General House set a rule for Liuya and Fuling. The next battle was to be separated by 200 miles. As long as they found the right opportunity, they did not need to report to the Governor-General House and could go out of the city to find Beimang cavalry to fight. The only requirement was that they could preserve their main force after the battle, regardless of the outcome. This was an unbelievable military order for the Beiliang frontier army. There was actually such a good thing as not being punished after losing a battle? Fu Ling and Luya even went to Huayang Pass to inquire about this matter, fearing that there was a mistake in the transmission of the news. However, the answer they received was positive. Afterwards, when the two cavalry generals met for a discussion, they were somewhat sullen and resentful. They felt that the Prince and Protector General Chu were looking down on the battle prowess of their two garrisons. The 4,000 northern Mang cavalry were unable to fight to the death, fleeing towards the west. A cavalry officer called Qihilong Pass, the town commander of the advice army, Wei Liang, told him not to give chase. Wei Liang didn't listen to the advice, chasing after them for more than 30 li, setting up an ambush for the 8,000 Mang cavalry. At the final Qihilong Pass, at the most crucial moment, he led 500 cavalry to break through the enemy formation, directly charging into the northern Mang's main banner. Moreover, he vowed to bring up the rear, buying precious time for the Fuling cavalry's main force to withdraw. Qihilong Pass armor had more than 6 arrows embedded in it, the 500 troops only having less than a single arrow left. In this battle, even though northern Mang's losses were greater than northern Liang's, the Fuling cavalry at Liangzhou's second line of defense was almost completely wiped out. Even though there were still 5,000 infantry defending the city, without the cavalry, one of the two wings of the defense line that were originally flying together would be broken. Because of this, Wei Liang went to Huayang Pass to offer a humble apology. However, Su Fengnian did not punish this Fu Ling general. He only promoted Qihilong Pass, who he had casually thrown into the Fu Ling military town as a junior commandant, to the position of inspector general above commandant and below commandant. He would lead the 1,000 cavalry after the quota was filled and set up the Zhanyan camp. He allowed this camp to increase the number of troops every time it achieved a merit. In the end, the maximum number of troops would be 3,000. This was another major event that attracted people's attention after the withdrawal of the Huluku Infantry Army's Hupong camp and the establishment of the Yuzhou Cavalry's no-retreat camp. Qihilong Pass, a nobody from Beimang, began to amaze the Beiliang frontier army with a single brilliant feat inside the Beiliang Protectorate. Chu Lushan was discussing with the generals whether or not they should transport troops to Huda city. The two sides were arguing fiercely. The focus of the argument was whether or not the huge cost of opening up this road was meaningful. Now, everyone knew that Huda city could accommodate another 15,000 people. The real problem was whether or not they could get in. Luya and Fu Ling's cavalry could only temporarily prevent Beimang from launching a stable offensive in the south of Huda city. This was a world of difference from the Beiliang frontier army boldly supporting Huda city from the south gate. The insistent side believed that the cost of sending 15,000 people into Huda city would be the loss of about 10,000 cavalry. The opposing side insisted that this loss was underestimating Beimang's combat strength and determination. This kind of desperate action was exactly what they wanted. Beimang was worried about not being able to open up the situation. This was the northern barbarians dozing off, and Beiliang was sending them a pillow. When the time came, not to mention losing 10,000 cavalry, even 30,000 people would not be enough to fill up the big hole in the south of Huda city. Then, someone suggested that Fu Ling and Luya should attack at the same time. They should boldly push forward and harass Bei Mang's army stationed on the Longyan Plain. This would provide cover for the transportation of troops in the direction of Huaiyang Pass. But soon, someone objected. With the brains of Dong Zhuo and the others, this kind of seemingly well-intentioned but actually bad idea was no different from taking the initiative to greet the northern barbarians. They were afraid that they would not know that Beiliang had made a move. Chu Lushan, whose ears were filled with noise, said calmly, with the reinforcement of Luya and Fu Ling, Bei Mang must have guessed that we want to use Huda City as a support point. Otherwise, they would not have set a trap for Fu Ling's cavalry a few days ago. Therefore, Bei Mang is now guessing when we will support Huda City, not if we will support Huda City. There is no doubt about this. When Chu Lushan opened his mouth to speak, the whole place immediately fell silent. Every one of the unruly generals of the border army naturally pricked up their ears to listen attentively. Chu Lushan continued in a neutral tone, then we will strive to find a time when they will not expect to do this. If there is no such opportunity, then we can only not do it. Everyone, Huda City must be defended. But don't forget why we are defending Huda City in the first place. We are defending Huda City not for the sake of defending, but to protect our line of defense in Liangzhou as much as possible. As for the matter of exchanging troops, it is meaningless even if one of our border army's lives is exchanged for 2 Bei Mang barbarians. Of course, during this period, we can take the opportunity to lure a few Bei Mang cavalry away from the main army. We can even directly place 15,000 soldiers behind Huaiyang Pass and not move. However, we can mobilize all the troops on the front line of the grave and launch a large-scale battle that Bei Mang will never expect. After winning, we can retreat. Chapter 1428. At this point, Chu Lushan tapped his own head with a finger and said with a fake smile, Huda City has Lu Jinu. He will defend the city well. Everyone, other than our 2 legs, we still have the 4 legs of our warhorses to help us run. Don't go down a single path. In the end, right now, we and the northern Mang army are just staring at each other in the area of Huda City and Huaiyang Pass. Both sides are scheming against each other, and the only thing left to do is to see whose Dao arts are more unexpected. Although there was no clear conclusion on the matter of Huda City's reinforcements, after Chu Lushan spoke, the generals present had no more objections. After that, Chu Lushan accompanied Su Fengnian for a stroll around the Governor-General Manor. Chu Lushan sighed softly and said, "What a pity. We tried to be clever but ended up making a fool of ourselves." Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, "Perhaps this is what they mean by a man proposes but God disposes. Just treat it as me shooting myself in the foot." Chu Lushan shook his head with a regretful expression. When Su Fengnian gave the military order to Liuya and Fuling, Wei Liang's rash pursuit and Bei Mang's ambush were all within the Governor-General Manor's expectations. In reality, once Wei Liang's cavalry fell into a desperate situation, they would only last for an hour at most before a long-distance Qingyuan cavalry would join the battle and wipe out Bei Mang's bait cavalry and subsequent ambushes in one go. However, the sudden appearance of a small governor-general with a sense of danger and the courage to fight to the death destroyed all their plans. Su Fengnian and the Governor-General Manor had no choice but to suffer in silence. This kind of opportunity was like a lost opportunity. Bei Mang must have thought that Beiliang wouldn't repeat the same mistake and charge into the ambush. Beiliang also lost a great opportunity to set up a trap for Bei Mang. Chu Lushan suddenly laughed. The Ministry of War in the capital finally remembered to ask us about Bei Mang's attack. Su Fengnian sneered, "Just ignore them. If those guys at the border of the Ministry of War dared to go to Gourd mouth of Yuzhou province or come to Huaiyang Pass, I wouldn't stop them from watching the battle. Now that they've ******* off, there's no such thing as lying down and enjoying a good life." Chu Lushan nodded, taking a bit of joy in his misfortune. That mad dog Yuan is now in a difficult situation. Wang Jingchong and Great Ru Shiwei, these 2 generals, have given him a great victory with both hands. Right now, the entire court is looking down on Northern Mang's military strength with disdain. Yuan Tingshan has also become Ji Province's general as he wished. I reckon that Gu Jiantang really wants to hack this son-in-law who only cares about his own promotion to death. The more vulnerable Northern Mang's easternmost battlefront is, the more difficult it will be for our great General Gu to obtain money, provisions, and weapons from the Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of War. When the two Liao brothers said that they wanted to build a 6,000-man Modeo infantry formation, the Minister of Revenue didn't say anything, but the assistant minister gave a straightforward answer: I have a life, but I don't have any money. Su Fengnian sighed, looking back now, when Yuan Guo was promoted from the Ministry of Rights to the Ministry of Revenue, which was in charge of the imperial court's purse, it seemed that he was favored by the emperor, but in fact, he was not. Zhao Zhuan's real trusted subordinates were the Ministry of Rights, followed by the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War. The Ministry of Revenue was only slightly higher than the Ministry of Punishments and the Ministry of Works. When it rains, it pours. Later, Yuan Guo made another mistake when he stood on the side in the small imperial court meeting. The only suspense was whether he or Liu Baijia of the Ministry of War would leave the 6 ministries earlier. Chu Lushan sneered, in the end, it's because the new emperor doesn't trust Gu Lu's disciples from the bottom of his heart. When he changed the Liyang edition, he was testing Yuan Guo and the others. Isn't there a rumor that he's going to set up Jidushi deputy governors in the vassal territories? I reckon that Liu Baijia and Yuan Guo will both have to get out of Tai and city. One will go to Nanjiang to discuss the king of Yen, and the other will go to a newly established vassal. Su Fengnian nodded. There will definitely be someone in Nanjiang. Most likely, it will be Tangxi Sword Immortal, who disappointed Zhao Zhuan greatly and didn't see him as one of his own. Yuan Guo will be relatively better. He will probably go to the king of Han, who has always been at odds with Zhao Zhuan. If his performance is good, Yuan Guo will have a chance to return to the center of the imperial court. Liu Baijia, on the other hand, will definitely have the fate of moving around in the local areas for the rest of his life. Moreover, without the Minister of War, there is bound to be a series of promotions and changes. The imperial court will also be able to appease some of the local generals, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, the posthumous title is only given after death, but the official position in the Ministry of War is real. Chu Lushan sneered, apart from the chaos in the imperial court when the Zhao family of Liang was in a remote corner, there hasn't been such a dazzling upheaval in many years. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, actually, it's not quite the same. The chaos now is only seen as a mess by the common people. In fact, there is order amidst the chaos. The officials in the capital all know what to do. Chu Lushan nodded and said, that's why Qi Yanglong still has some skills. No wonder he's the old guy that Zhao Dun used to replace Bai Yan. Su Fengnian chuckled softly and said, Zhao Zhuan is willing to put Tantanan in an important position. This proves that this young emperor who is busy using his but to warm up the dragon throne hasn't lost his mind. Chu Lushan and Su Fengnian had unwittingly walked to the corridor of the yamen where Yul Wandao had once worked. The two of them stood under the eaves, one with his fingers crossed and the other with his hands tucked into his sleeves. These two most important figures in Beiliang standing side by side like this looked rather comical. Chu Lushan gently exhaled and watched the mist slowly dissipate in front of his eyes. He said, the Yuzhou cavalry has produced Yul Wandao, and Xiaoguang city has produced Liu Haojian who has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds. Now, Liangzhou at least has a Chifu Dragon Pass. This is a good thing. I'm just waiting to see which of the 100,000 refugees in Liuzhou will emerge first. And that Hongyu seems to be pretty good. His temperament is a bit like Huang Fuxi's. This kind of person is born for chaotic times. Su Fengnian helplessly said, Beimang also has people like Zhong Tan. In the future, they will also gradually surface in the general trend. Chu Lushan was just about to speak when a commandant of the White Horse Guard suddenly strode into the courtyard, his expression somewhat strange. He cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, Protector General, there's someone requesting an audience. He claims to be Guangling Circuit's Ko Jianghu. Even Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. What kind of play was this? Chu Lushan smiled and asked, are we going to welcome him with open arms, or are we going to ignore this famous general of West Chu? Su Fengnian said to the White Horse Guard, bring him over. Very quickly, a tall and sturdy young man appeared in their field of vision. This also seemed to be tantamount to brazenly barging into the field of vision of the entire Beiliang frontier army. Ko Jianghu, who had entered Beiliang Circuit alone, didn't carry a sword or saber. He also didn't have the scholarly air of a scholar, and he wasn't even as refined as many scholars who traveled to Liangliang. Instead, he seemed more like a local scholar of Beiliang. He looked like the kind of person who had read the sages and could ride a horse to kill enemies. Ko Jianghu shot a glance at the Protector General, who was indeed difficult to not notice. Then, he stared at Su Fengnian and got straight to the point. Su Fengnian, I, Ko Jianghu, can serve Beiliang, but I have a condition. If there comes a day when I have to bring 10,000 Beiliang cavalry to Guangling Circuit, you don't have to worry about what I have to do. Ko Jianghu is confident that I can match up to 10,000 cavalry. Chu Lushan laughed and said, even those courtesans in the brothels raise their own statuses, but they aren't as thick-skinned as you, Ko Jianghu. If you, Ko Jianghu, were at Guangling Circuit, would be able to accept 20 or 30,000 cavalry, let alone 10,000. But here, where do you get the confidence to be worth 10,000 Beiliang cavalry? What, is it from fighting Zhao Yi and Song Li? Is it because of the outstanding fighting strength of their cavalry? Are they worthy of carrying the shoes of my Beiliang cavalry? Ko Jianghui's face was ashen. He was still staring at the northwestern vassal king, who was younger than him. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, if you want to use the Beiliang cavalry to break the situation, I won't agree. Ko Jianghu had a mocking smile on his face. I didn't expect that the most powerful vassal king in the Liang dynasty would only have this much courage. You, Su Fengnian, don't know that the more Guangling Circuit makes the Liang imperial court suffer, the more the Zhao dynasty will rely on your northwestern Su family? When the time comes, as long as you, Su Fengnian, are willing to lend me some troops, let's see if the imperial court will dare to use the two issues of censorship and transportation to make things difficult for Beiliang. To say the least, even if I borrow troops, I won't openly use the Beiliang cavalry's banner. To say the least, wouldn't it be more advantageous for Beiliang to change the imperial surname from Zhao to Jiang? Whether it's the princess, Chao Chongqing, or me, Ko Jianghu, we're all destined not to be the Zhao dynasty of Liang. Not only will we not be a burden to Beiliang. Su Fengnian said calmly, to be honest, I've thought about this in private when I was bored. I'll grit my teeth and give you 20 to 30,000 cavalry, and you'll take down the Guangling Circuit. But if you want to help West Chu fight for the world, not to mention 20 to 30,000, even 50,000 or 100,000 would be a drop in the bucket. Do you really think that Western Chu's Chen Jibao and Liao's Gu Jiantang are just two wooden stakes? Do you really think that the hundreds of thousands of elite border troops in Nanjiang are just there to watch a play? When the time comes, don't even talk about waiting for your Jiang surname to become the emperor and then fully supporting the northwest. I'm afraid that Beimang would already be marching south. Ko Jianghu, you said that my vision is not big, and I don't deny it. But your vision is even smaller. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and said, moreover, your clumsy persuasion, especially this method of not giving up until you've shocked people to death, really isn't very clever. When I, Su Fengnian, roamed Jianghu in the past, I pretended to be a fortune teller and pretended to be a ghost. Every time, I could at least swindle some copper coins. As for you, don't even talk about 10,000 cavalry, you can't even bring one out of Beiliang. Chu Lushan laughed uncontrollably. Ko Jianghu didn't show any anger from embarrassment. On the contrary, he looked somewhat regretful and relieved. This young man stood silently in the courtyard, appearing somewhat lonely and bleak. Su Fengnian walked down the steps and asked, "Do you know why Chao Chongqing didn't let you lead the troops?" Ko Jianghuai said in an indifferent tone, "He felt that I was only a talented general, not a talented commander. He felt that I should be able to see the distant Tai and city and not the gains and losses of the Guangling circuit." This time it was Su Fengnian's turn to be surprised. He asked curiously, "Then what were you thinking?" Chapter 1429. Ko Jianghuai calmly replied, "I only know one thing. With the strength of West Chu itself, so what if we attack Grand Peace City?" Chu Lushan clicked his tongue in wonder. "Kid, you're not stupid either. It's just that compared to the cautious and conscientious Xie Shibian, your Ko Jianghuai's appetite is even bigger." Ko Jianghuai gazed at this small mountain and asked back, "As a general, between the Su Shao who suffered defeat after defeat, and the Yi Baikue who won every battle and was only defeated once in his life, who would you choose?" Chu Lushan nodded. "That makes sense." Ko Jianghuai laughed self-deprecatingly, and then he turned around and left. Su Fengnian did not make a sound even after he had left the courtyard. Chu Lushan whispered, "Are we really going to let this flood dragon slip away?" Su Fengnian softly replied, "Compared to Ko Jianghuai, I still admire the hard-working Xie Shibian more." Chu Lushan grunted in agreement. Xie Shibian is easy to use, but it's hard to say about Ko Jianghuai. Su Fengnian suddenly yelled, "Ko Jianghuai, come in. You're walking so slowly out of the courtyard, who are you trying to impress?" Ko Jianghuai really did turn around and appear at the entrance to the courtyard. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "How many Bailiang cavalry you can take away will depend on your own ability. Starting from today, not only Huaiyang Pass, but also the cavalry in Liuya and Fuling towns will be under your command. Excluding Bailiang's losses, however many Baimang soldiers you can kill, I'll give you any cavalry other than the Great Snow Dragon cavalry and 2 groups of heavy cavalry. But let me say this first, those cavalry troops are not for you to use to attack Tai and city. They are just helping you to preserve some of West Chu's vitality. Then you have to bring everyone back here. In fact, you and I both know that Guangling Road is not suitable for you, Ko Jianghuai. Bailiang is just right for you. Do you want to make this deal?" Ko Jianghuai's expression was uncertain. Su Fengnian pointed at him and said, all right. It's just a cheap trick. I, Su Fengnian, am also your senior. You, Ko Jianghuai, have been planning for this since the beginning. I didn't try to bargain with you, so you should be content." Ko Jianghuai laughed. "I'm not good at acting, but you, Su Fengnian, shouldn't take advantage of us for granted. Once West Chu is defeated, it's over. Can you really abandon our princess and not save her? Won't you still have to lead your troops to rescue her? I'm just helping you find a way out." Su Fengnian nodded seriously and said, "Well, it seems like neither of us are good people." Chu Lushan looked at the sudden turn of events and was somewhat speechless. Young people these days. Ko Jianghuai, who was covered in dust, said indifferently, "Is there a place to sleep? I'll sleep for a day and a night first. As for leading troops to kill Baimang barbarians, I'll talk about it after I've had enough sleep." Chu Lushan laughed and scolded, "You're the boss." After Ko Jianghuai was led away, Su Fengnian looked up at the gray sky and fell into deep thought. After walking down the steps, Chu Lushan did not say anything to disturb him. He stood quietly to the side and closed his eyes to rest. After a long while, Su Fengnian said slowly, "Even if Ko Jianghuai uses an alias, it's still hard to say what the pros and cons will be in the future." Chu Lushan was somewhat puzzled. "We don't have to worry about the imperial court. The current situation is pretty much the worst. One Ko Jianghuai can fight against 10,000 cavalry. Actually, that kid isn't bragging. There's Zhou Kong and great ancestor Gu overseeing the front line at Qinghatum, so there's nothing to worry about. But if there really is a big battle at Huaiyang Pass, Huang Laifu and the others won't be able to handle it, so I'll have to personally take the field. With Ko Jianghuai, we'll have a much easier time. Why do you say that? Su Fengnian said bitterly, maybe I'm thinking too far ahead. Chu Lushan quickly understood and sighed, it's a bit far. But distant water can't quench a present thirst. Su Fengnian nodded and laughed, that's true. Let's use Ko Jianghui to deal with the urgent situation first. Chu Lushan hesitated. Su Fengnian patted his shoulder and walked out of the courtyard. Chu Lushan stood in place and muttered to himself, is it because he's afraid that I, Chu Lushan, will really throw 300 caddies of meat onto the battlefield that he agreed to let Ko Jianghui stay behind? Qingming festival was approaching. At this time of year, there was no rain in Beiliang. The morale of Beiliang Road was also stabilizing. Liangzhou's Huda city was as stable as Mount Tai, and Xiaoguang city, which was on the verge of collapse, was also defended. The youths of Liuzhou entered the border army one after another, and a general with the surname Ko suddenly appeared above the heads of the two towns of Liuya and Fuling. In name, he was the deputy general of Liangzhou. With Liuzhou's languishing Yuan Saber's illustrious military exploits, Liangzhou's border army was not surprised by this. This also indirectly proved that the young king's control over Beiliang's military and politics was growing. This was definitely not something he could do just because his surname was Su. The Qingming festival was a festival that occurred between the middle of spring and late spring. It was a time when the qi was clear and the scenery was bright, and all things were visible, hence its name. In previous years, Beiliang and the Central Plains had more or less the same customs. Other than the tradition of sweeping the tombs and offering sacrifices to the ancestors, there were also night lanterns praying for blessings, and planting willows to ward off evil spirits. However, this year, Beiliang Road's various provincial and county officials had specifically ordered that planting willows was not allowed, and no explanation was given. Qingming Festival was one of the ghost festivals, and it was also the time when willows sprouted and turned green. As a result, the saying, when a willow branch grows on the door, 100 ghosts will not enter the house, was very popular. It was just that many of the troublemakers in Beiliang had already left the country, or they had been dealt with until they were docile and obedient. Thus, there was no disturbance or objection to this kind of small matter. In the second year of the auspicious talisman, Liangzhou was bright and clear without rain, and the weather was mild and excellent. However, there was a kind of speechless solemnity in the provincial capital where Mount Qingliang of Liangzhou was located. There were constantly important people rushing into the city with their personal cavalry. Other than the head of the Beiliang Protectorate, Chu Lushan, who stayed at Huaiyang Pass, the commander of the cavalry, Yuan Zhuozong, who did not go down south, and the commander of the infantry, Yan Wenwan, who oversaw the border of Yuzhou, the other generals at the border almost all rushed to this provincial capital without exception. Zhou Kong, great ancestor Gu, He Zhonghu, Chen Yinshui, Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei, Yuzhou general Huangfu Qiu, and even the administrator Li Gongda and Lingzhou provincial governor Su Beiji all arrived one after another. This was the first time that Mount Qingliang's royal residence had gathered so many generals after Su Fengnian was overthrown as the king of Beiliang. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. The next day was the Qingming festival. Two riders from the northern border of Liangzhou quietly entered the city under the curtain of night. After entering through the southern city gate, they followed the main street and headed north, heading straight for the legendary Beiliang Palace of the Liang Court. The deputy general of Liangzhou, Ko Jianghui, who used the alias of Ko Beishang, slowly rode his horse. He turned his head and smiled at Su Fengnian. Are there still people going to the royal residence to assassinate you? There shouldn't be. One of the four great grandmasters of the world, Su Fengnian. Regardless of whether he is the king of Beiliang or not, no one dares to seek trouble. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. Chapter 1430. After getting to know this Ko Jianghui, Su Fengnian realized that despite this guy's cold and unapproachable appearance, he was actually a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop talking. During their journey together, Ko Jianghui asked almost everything about Su Fengnian's first trip to Jianghu. On the other hand, Ko Jianghui never took the initiative to ask about Beiliang's military affairs. Occasionally, when he talked about Guangling's military affairs, which could affect the hearts of the people, he always had a sloppy attitude. This was an eye-opener for Su Fengnian. It turned out that there was such a kind of general between the unparalleled valiant general who could break through enemy lines and the scholarly general who only had a feather fan and a silk headscarf. Ko Jianghui, who had been practicing the sword, had seen that Su Fengnian had not only traveled Jianghu with Li Chungang, but had also interacted with Dong Tai. He wanted nothing more than for Su Fengnian to know clearly what the two sword gods liked to wear and what they ate. Therefore, when Su Fengnian told him the truth about the old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat who liked to pick his feet and dig his ears, Ko Jianghui, who had collapsed on the spot, was silent for about half a day. With great difficulty, he pulled himself together and rambled, "So that's the style of an expert. Not wallowing in the mire with the world, no wonder he could practice the world's best sword. It seems like I also have to wear a tattered fur coat." In the end, when Su Fengnian also said that the peach blossom sword god's appearance was not at all like jade, and that he was actually more approachable than Ko Jianghui fell silent again. When Ko Jianghui had finally finished healing his injuries, Su Fengnian said that he had only practiced martial arts for 3 or 4 years, and that he had relied on luck to become a great grandmaster. This made Ko Jianghui, whose swordsmanship was actually quite good, grief-stricken and completely shut his mouth. When they entered Liangzhou city, Ko Jianghui finally came back to his senses. When they could vaguely see the lights of Mount Qingliang, Ko Jianghui suddenly said as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, "Although you deliberately made it sound easy, I know that it was not easy for you to have your current glory." Su Fengnian smiled indifferently and said, "If this can make you feel better, then you can understand it that way. Let me make a rough calculation. Since I started practicing the saber in Wudong, I started from level 2 Master Realm to the Celestial Realm, which is above the Earth Immortal Realm. If I really count, there are 6 realms. It seems that I broke through more than once a year." "Oh right, you are still a master and not at Vajra Realm. If you are lucky, 4 to 5 years later, you might be the top expert in the world." Thus, Ko Jianghui stopped talking. When this Liangzhou deputy general entered the majestic palace, he was still sickly. 2 young tiger kuei excitedly ran over to welcome Su Fengnian. The one nicknamed Vajra directly jumped into Su Fengnian's arms. The older sister, Bodhisattva, also intimately bit Su Fengnian's robe. Then, Su Fengnian left Ko Jianghui at Tidehark Lake and took the 2 happy young tiger kuei to Wutongan. The second sister, Su Weisheng, and Lu Chengyan were naturally there. They were busy with the young women who had the reputation of female Hanlin. The second sister only looked up at Su Fengnian and then lowered her head. Su Fengnian walked to Lu Chengyan's desk. What surprised him was that Wang Chudong also had a place in Wutongan. Her desk was right next to Lu Chengyan's. She seemed to be writing a collection of Beiliang heroes that was destined to not be noticed by the literary circle of Liang. When Su Fengnian moved a chair to sit between them, the little girl was still in a daze. Her serious and playful look made Su Fengnian and Lu Chengyan look at each other and smile. Not far away, Su Weisheng finished writing a spy report. She put down her pen, rubbed her wrist, and said softly, "Lu Su will enter the capital in a few days. You should have let me Fengjia and Fan Shaochai kidnap him and bring him to Mount Qingliang. That way, Deputy Administrator Song would have an easier time." Su Fengnian raised his hands and begged for mercy. "Didn't I kidnap Ko Jianghui back? It can be considered as making up for my mistakes." Su Weisheng glared at him. Ko Jianghui didn't come to Beiliang because it was forbidden. However, if Lu Su, who helped Zhao Sun present the plan, came to Tai-an city and was used by Zhao Zhuan, it would harm Beiliang. It's a loss. How can you confuse the two? Su Fengnian's face was bitter, but he didn't dare to refute. Lu Qingyan also didn't help him out with words. She just smiled at him. That great writer Wang Dongxiang, who was slow to realize that Su Fengnian was sitting very close to him, was so frightened that he leaned back and fell back with his chair. Su Fengnian gently reached out and pulled the chair back to its original position. Wang Chudong, who had made a fool of himself, was ashamed and seemed to want to find a place to hide, like a panicked little fox. Su Fengnian made a face at her. She immediately smiled brightly, her eyes narrowed into crescents and her cheeks dimpled. Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Don't be too tired. Remember to strike a balance between work and rest. You can also practice the Wudong Mountain Fist technique when you have time." Su Weisheng said unhappily, "Don't just stand there and talk." Su Fengnian carefully rolled his eyes at Lu Qingyan and Wang Chudong. The Wutongan maids at the table couldn't help but secretly laugh. Su Weisheng was about to continue lecturing when Su Fengnian hurriedly stood up and said, "I'll go to Teacher Song's place to take a look." Looking at the king of Bailiang who ran away with the two tiger kuei, the atmosphere in Wutongan unconsciously relaxed a lot. Su Fengnian's treatment at Song Dongming's place and Wutongan's side was of course like heaven and earth. Now, the officials who served as the subordinates of the deputy administrator were mostly outstanding young scholars in Bailiang. They each had their own strengths. However, compared to the younger generation of Jianghu who worshipped and envied Su Fengnian's identity as a great master, these scholars were more in awe of Su Fengnian, the leader of 300,000 iron cavalry, after in-depth understanding of the current situation in Bailiang. Therefore, when Su Fengnian and Song Dongming who was taking a break from the busy drinking tea, these young people were all paying attention to the young king's every move. Song Dongming held the teacup that Su Fengnian had personally brewed and poured tea for him. He was not in a hurry to drink tea. He was only using it to get rid of the spring chill. He said softly, "All the scholars who went to Liangliang have arrived. The family members of the soldiers who died in battle have also arrived. There are certainly some rumors among them. I hope you don't take it to heart." Su Fengnian nodded. Some of the rumors were the same as many people who heard that he had gone outside the Calabash Gate and felt that he was showing off his bravery. Su Fengnian really did not want to pay attention to them. Some of them were extremely bitter and sobbing. Su Fengnian did not dare to listen to these. After chatting about Bailiang's government affairs, Song Dongming stood up and walked out of the room with Su Fengnian. This middle-aged man who was once groomed by Yuan Benshi as the prime minister hesitated and said, "In the past, I wanted to be the administrator so that it would be easier for me to show off my skills. After getting along with Li Gongda, I feel that I still hope that he can continue to be the administrator. I am in Liangzhou and Sir Li is in Lingzhou. It won't be a problem." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Since Sir Song has said so, then there is no problem." Song Dongming stopped and said with a smile, "I still have a lot of business to take care of. I won't see you off." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Of course." Song Dongming said to Su Fengnian's back, "In the past, I only knew that Bailiang was a place where martial artists used soldiers. Now, Song Dongming and many scholars have discovered that Bailiang is also a place where scholars can write. I want to thank you on behalf of these people." Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled happily. Song Dongming suddenly blinked and tried hard to hold back his smile. He said, "Your Highness, there are a few women of the younger generation in the Song family. They are all virtuous and have written to me. They said that even if they steal, they want me to send back a few small items such as your seals and copybooks. The most courageous one has always wanted to travel to Jianghu and be a heroine since she was young. She said that it would be best if I sent her a piece of your clothing. If I didn't send anything back, she would cut ties with me, her uncle." Su Fengnian rubbed his forehead awkwardly. Song Dongming laughed heartily and said, "I don't care about the clothing. Your Highness can just casually write 4 or 5 characters and send me a few copybooks." On the night before Qingming festival, Su Fengnian sat alone on the top of the mountain. He watched the city lights at the foot of the mountain gradually light up and then extinguish. He finished a jug of green ant wine. Chapter 1431. At dawn, Su Beiji slowly walked to the top of the mountain. He looked at Su Fengnian, who was draped in a thick fur coat. He walked to the stone table and sat down. He shook the empty wine pot and said softly, "An ordinary man will die because of his treasures, and 100 ghosts will look up at him." Su Fengnian, whose alcohol smell had long been blown away by the cold mountain wind, sighed and said, "Last night, I was thinking that if someone else becomes the emperor, even if that person used to be my good friend, would he tolerate someone with a different surname holding hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers?" Su Beiji shook his head and said, "You'd better not have any hope, or else you'll be disappointed. Because even if that person can tolerate it, the people around him won't agree. How to sit on the dragon throne and how to sit on it are two completely different things." Bailiang always felt that the 3 emperors of the Zhao clan of Liang were the same. They all liked to cook the hound after the cunning rabbit had outlived its usefulness. This opinion wasn't wrong. However, not to mention Zhao Zhuan, who had just ascended the throne, Zhao Yin and Zhao Dun were destined to be wise monarchs in the history books of future generations. They naturally had their own strengths. Ordinary commoners would have to rack their brains if they wanted to take care of a household and live a comfortable life, let alone a huge dynasty. Zhao Yin might believe that Su Xiao won't rebel against the Zhao clan, but Zhao Yin wouldn't believe that Su Xiao's son would willingly guard the northwest. Zhao Dun might know that your bottom line isn't low, but he also doesn't believe that the next Su clan's prince with a different surname won't be arrogant and uncontrollable. He must be wondering if there's a possibility that the king of Bailiang might one day run off to destroy the Zhao clan on a whim. The outspoken Su Beiji glanced at Su Fengnian, who wanted to say something but was hesitating. He sneered and said, "You might say that Su Xiao won't rebel, but I, Su Fengnian, won't rebel either. The same goes for my descendants in the future." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said nothing. Su Beiji's words were still harsh. There's no knowing what's in a person's heart. No one can read Su Fengnian's mind. No one in the world has to believe anyone's reason, especially those who were born in the royal family. If they weren't suspicious by nature, how could they sit on the throne? How could he compete with the vassal towns, the relatives of the emperor, the eunuchs, and the civil and military officials of the imperial court? Besides, he would rather have his grandson squander away his family business than let it be snatched away by an outsider. This kind of dark mentality was not unique to the emperor. "Do you, Su Fengnian, dare to say that you don't have any?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "That's true." Su Beiji suddenly asked, "Aren't you one of the 4 grandmasters?" "Why? Are you also afraid of the cold?" Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "After the battle at Liuzhou, my strength fell greatly, and I feel cold in my bones all day long. Actually, the fur coat can't keep out the cold. The only reason I wear it is because it's better than nothing. It's just like how many retired swordsmen of the Jianghu like to look at their dusty swords on the shelves. Retired generals also like to touch their armor and sabers." Su Beiji asked, "What's up with that Liangzhou Deputy General Ko Beishang?" Su Fengnian joked, "He's a new lover." "What's up? Tangerine, is this old lover of yours here to denounce you?" Su Beiji stared expressionlessly at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian could only put away his joking expression and said helplessly, "It's that Ko Jianghuai from West Chu from Guangling Path. He made a deal with me, and we're both getting what we need." Su Beiji's expression softened, and he said in a low voice, "Liuzhou only has 3 incomplete military towns to rely on, but they have to face Lu Gui's 100,000 soldiers and Tuoba Bodhisattva's 10,000 elites. They have 30,000 Long Xiong army's 2 deputies. Wang Lingbao is only a valiant general. Although Li Mofen is a talented general, there's a huge disparity in strength between the 2 sides at Liangmang and Liuzhou. Li Mofen is also not an immortal who can make soldiers out of beans. The Long Xiong army is still in a perilous situation, and we need Ko Jianghuai, who has the potential to be a top general of the spring and autumn period, to help us in our hour of need. Su Fengnian nodded and said, when Ko Jianghuai makes a name for himself at the Huaiyang Pass defense line in Fuling, Liuya, and Huaiyang Pass, I also have plans to let him become a general there. In the northern pass of Liangzhou, the space for us and Beimang to maneuver our troops is limited. In the end, it's just a fight to the death. Therefore, we have to defend multiple passes and garrison troops, and both sides have their hands tied. However, Liuzhou is like a blank piece of paper. It has plenty of blank space for Ko Jianghuai to display his military talents to the fullest. Su Fengnian suddenly laughed and asked, Zhu Zi, you're actually afraid that something will happen to Chen Shiliang in Qingsang City, right? Su Beiji asked back, do I have to scheme against my colleagues every day for you, the king of Beimang, to feel at ease? Su Fengnian slammed the table and glared at her, Zhu Zi, you can't vent your anger on me just because you were bullied in Lingzhou and scolded by others, okay? Let's talk nicely, okay? Ko Jianghuai, who was casually strolling around Mount Qingliang, coincidentally saw this scene and heard these words. For some reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Su Beiji had an affair with that Su Beiji? Otherwise, how could a provincial governor without any foundation make the king of Beimang feel so wronged? Ko Jianghuai quickly turned around and was about to retreat. However, he was stopped by Su Fengnian. Then, the three of them surrounded the stone table and formed a tripartite formation. Ko Jianghuai's expression was as if he was deaf, blind, or mute just because they were flirting. Su Fengnian looked at Ko Jianghuai, who was pretending not to look. He pointed at Su Beiji and introduced him with a smile, Lingzhou Provincial Governor Su Beiji, praised by Mr. Song Dongming as the kind of person who can slaughter commoners and stabilize the country. Unfortunately, his alcohol tolerance is poor, and his alcohol tolerance is even worse. Once, when he was drinking with the Fish Dragon gang in Lingzhou, I had to personally carry him back. Ko Jianghuai said seriously, greetings, Provincial Governor Su. Su Beiji also regained his usual elegance and said with a smile, General Ko's arrival in the Beiliang frontier army is like adding wings to a tiger. Su Fengnian said mischievously, aren't you helping the tiger do evil? Su Beiji laughed coldly, oh, impressive, scolding all three of them at once. You don't even let yourself off. Ko Jianghuai also said seriously, you hurt yourself by hurting 1,000 of your enemies. It can be seen that the king of Beimang is very lousy at using troops. Chapter 1432. Su Fengnian said proudly, just by talking, he can destroy Ko Jianghuai and Su Beiji together. How is he not qualified? If we fight? Why don't we give it a try? At this time, a large group of people who had just reached the summit of Mount Qingliang began to jeer. Give it a try. You must give it a try. General Ko, I have high hopes for you. If you win this battle, you'll be one of the few great grandmasters in the world. Not to mention Liangzhou's deputy general, you'll even be Liangzhou's general. If you still think your position is too low, I, Chen Yinxue, will give you the position of deputy general of the infantry. General Ko, we've been unhappy with His Highness for a long time. We're old, so even if we win, it's an unfair victory. Today, you're the same age as His Highness, so you must help us vent our anger. If worse comes to worst, I, Jianghu, will personally carry you down the mountain. Turning his head to look at this large group of Beiliang's most powerful officials, Ko Jianghuai, who had just arrived in Beiliang, felt his mouth twitch. For a moment, he was not used to it. In Guanling Dao, whether it was in his early years at Shangyin Academy or later in Dechu's court, there would never be a scene like this where old men ganged up to trick a young junior. While he felt that it was ridiculous and funny, Ko Jianghuai also felt an irrepressible emotion in his heart. Perhaps it could be described as intense passion. Among these old men, there was the #1 general of the old southern Tang, ancestor Gu, the partridge Zhou Kong, Jianghu, who had defeated 40,000 later Sui infantry with 8,000 cavalry, and Chen Yinxue, who always put on his armor and charged into battle. Behind the 4 deputy commanders of the Beiliang Frontier Army were the administrator Li Gongda and the deputy administrator Song Dongming, dressed in civil official robes, and Huang Shang, who had the reputation of being the conscience of the Lianyang imperial censor. Other than them, Ko Jianghui recognized the Liangzhou provincial governor Tian Peifang, the Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei, the Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei, the Lingzhou deputy general Han Laozhan, and the others, based on their official robes and decorations. It was a pity that Ko Jianghui never got to see the commander of the Beiliang cavalry, White Bear Yuan Suozong, or the infantry commander, Yan Wenluan. Of course, he didn't get to see the Yu family's proudest weapon, Yulwan Dao. Ko Jianghui couldn't help but feel some regret. One had to know that when Ko Jianghui was studying at the Shangyin Academy, he had spent countless nights reading through great ancestor Gu's theory of war and deducing the classic battles created by Zhou Kang, He Zhonghu, Chen Yinxue, and the others. It was soul-stirring, enough to go with wine. Ko Jianghui saw that there were 20 to 30 generals standing behind them. Most of them were relatively young, around 34 years old. They should be the high-ranking military officers with real power after Beiliang's reform. For some reason, Ko Jianghui couldn't help but stand up and salute these people with cupped fists. He Zhonghu was the first to return the salute. After that, everyone else also smiled and cupped their fists. Ko Jianghui inadvertently discovered that even a scholar like Tian Peifang didn't hesitate when he cupped his fists with the generals. Then, everyone went up the building and looked down at the city. As time passed, they gradually dispersed. By noon, only Su Fengnian, Su Beiji, and Ko Jianghui were left, as well as the 2 young tiger Kuei that were jumping around Su Fengnian. In the end, Su Beiji also went out of the building to Song Dongming's half-waist official residence to discuss matters. Ko Jianghui, who had nothing to do, also followed him down the mountain and went to the Tide Listening Pavilion to enjoy the scenery. Su Fengnian was waiting for a group of people in the building. There were 5 of them, Su Yanbing, a family of 3, and a Beimang youth. Su Fengnian looked at the Beimang martial grandmaster who already looked like a commoner from Liang. His expression was complicated, and he said, "It really is you." It was the middle-aged man from Huyan Temple. He grinned and didn't say anything. His daughter, on the other hand, opened her eyes wide and stared hard at Su Fengnian, the young master she had appointed as her master. She raised her little head and stared at him for a long time, seemingly disappointed. She sighed like an old man and muttered, "So he's just like my father. He doesn't seem very powerful." Su Yanbing said calmly, "We fought twice, and there was no clear victor. For the last battle, neither he nor I were in a hurry." Su Fengnian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be in a hurry." Su Fengnian looked at Tai Mudai, who was often mentioned in the spies of the Fu Shui chamber. He looked at the ordinary sword at his waist and said with a Beimang accent, "Good sword." Tai Mudai thought it was just a polite remark and only nodded with a cold face. However, this young man's expression was still somewhat uneasy. After all, this vassal king with the strongest military force in the Liang dynasty was not only the mortal enemy of Beimang, but also the martial grandmaster who had defeated Wang Xianji of Wuwu City. In the corridor outside the building, Huyan Temple supported his daughter and let her stand on the railing. When Su Fengnian saw a figure, he said goodbye and went downstairs. Su Weisheng sat in his wheelchair and glanced at the people upstairs. He said softly, 10 days ago, Shishu sent a message to Wutong'an, asking you to go to the border of Lingzhou. I ignored it. Su Fengnian frowned and said, "He wants to see me." Su Weisheng said calmly, "Right now, he, Xie Guaniang, and the girl from the Spring Invitation Cottage have entered Lingzhou. He said he will wait for you at the border between Lingzhou and Liangzhou." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Then let's meet." Su Weisheng nodded and said, "Bring Uncle Su and Tantai Pingjing. If Huyan Temple is willing to go with us, that would be the best." Su Fengnian nodded and said, During the Qingming festival of the second year of Xiangfu, at dusk, tens of thousands of people were dressed in mourning clothes at the back of Mount Qingliang. The king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, led nearly 100 civil and military officials, and offered wine to the Longxiang army who died in Lu province, the Serenity cavalry who died in Ji Bei and outside Huluku, the border army who died in Huluku, and the border army who died in Huluku. In the Forest of Steels, there were 300,000 nameless steels, and 36,872 names were written on them. In the night, wishing lanterns rose slowly in the city of Liangzhou. After the 5 riders left the city, Su Fengnian stopped his horse and looked back. He took off his wine pot and drank a mouthful. 1 year later, how many people in the Beiliang border army would not be able to drink this wine? A few years later, how many of the millions of people in Beiliang would miss this green ant wine before they died? At this moment, the scene in Su Fengnian's eyes was like fire spirits rising in the city. Chapter 1433. Su Fengnian, Su Yanbing, Huyan Daguan, Tantai Pingjing, and Taimu Dai, 5 riders headed south to Lingzhou. 3 of them were in the top 14. Tantai Pingjing was now the most famous Qi cultivator grandmaster in the world, and the other was the most promising swordsman in Beimang. It was only a matter of time before they were on the rankings. This was an unprecedented lineup. Compared to the 9 swords of the Wu family that had defeated Beimang's 10,000 riders, they were much better. Taimu Dai did not know why he had to make this trip south. Deep in his heart, he did not like that young king. However, Huyan Daguan wanted him to come along, so Taimu Dai could only follow. It was rumored in Beimang that Su Fengnian had not only inherited Li Chuangong's azure dragon sleeves, but Dong Tai had also taught him the flying sword technique. Although Su Fengnian was used to showing people his sword, Taimu Dai did not doubt that if Su Fengnian really used a sword, he would not be his match. Taimu Dai was silent along the way. There were many times when he wanted to ask Huyan Daguan, who was not willing to admit to being his master, if he could surpass Su Fengnian in swordsmanship. Taimu Dai did not realize that he, who had little desire to win since he started practicing swordsmanship, was different now. The 5 riders galloped along the Lingzhou post house known as Jiangnan. Taimu Dai had been carefully observing Su Fengnian's words and actions. It was not that he did not find any clues. For example, although Su Fengnian wore his cold sword on his left waist, this king of Beiliang was actually secretly left-handed. When he fought an enemy, whether he wielded his sword in his right hand or his left hand would make a huge difference. Then there was Su Fengnian. Although his qi seemed to be flowing slowly and dry like it was dry season, the water surface was very shallow, almost reaching the bottom. However, Taimu Dai knew that if his qi was flowing like a river during flood season and looked fierce, then Su Fengnian was the Guangling River in Liyang. The more dry it was, the more lofty it was. The depth and width of the river was terrifying. The 5 riders stopped at the northernmost part of Lingzhou and turned off the post house. They followed a small path and turned into a mountain range. On the mountain path, there were many strong Liang men under the protection of Beiliang soldiers, carrying stone and stone slabs out of the mountains. Under the protection of the Beiliang soldiers. The person leading the way for the 5 riders was a spy from the Fushui chamber who had been waiting at the entrance to the mountain for a long time. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He did not have the shrewdness that a spy should have. He gave off the rough aura of someone who lived close to the mountains. The man's surname was Liu, and he was a small spy leader in the second-class branch of Wuxia Xianxia society. He only knew that he was going to pick someone up, but he didn't tell him who he was going to pick up. When he met the 5 riders with different accents, the spy wasn't sure where they came from. However, since the leader of Lingzhou's spies, the first-class branch of Wuxia Xianxia society, had said a few harsh words for the first time, he carefully accompanied the 5 riders into the mountain. Along the way, the man carefully explained the history of the quarry to them. He said that the place was called Jianghu Mountain in the local area, but the scholars of Lingzhou liked to call it Daoist Paradise. Ever since the Great Feng dynasty established the protectorate of the western regions further west of Beiliang, most of the stone used to build the military towns in Qingcang Linyao was cut from this place. Later on, it was the same for the construction of the prince's manor on Mount Qingliang. It was even more so for the construction of Huda City, which took 6 years at the border of Liangzhou. In the end, Su Fengnian and the other 4 had no choice but to lead their horses forward. They came to the top of a mountain and looked down at the mountain range. After the beginning of spring, the scenery was lush and verdant. However, as far as their eyes could see, it was as if the peak under their feet had long been an empty shell. Ever since the Great Feng dynasty, after nearly 500 years of stone mining, this Daoist paradise, which was one of the 36 blessings of Taoism, had truly become a paradise in name. It was made up of 16 large caves and nearly 1,000 caves. Looking down from the side peaks, the winding plank paths climbed all over the mountain range. On the main peak, there were occasional Daoist temples with flying eaves hidden in a cage of greenery. Day after day, year after year, tens of thousands of stone miners in Beiliang worked hard to make a living here, while people who sought immortality were born here to cultivate Taoism. Su Fengnian stood on the top of the mountain and was lost in thought. Daoist Paradise had been brightly lit since the beginning of the year. It had welcomed the peak of stone mining. Because of this, even the Daoist priests in the temples who usually did not care about worldly affairs could not sit still. They were afraid that the young vassal king would be determined to completely empty the entire mountain range. When that time came, where would they find a paradise? On the eve of the Qingming festival, 3 elderly Daoist priests jointly visited the Lingzhou provincial governor's manor. They tactfully raised objections to Su Beiji. They even did not hesitate to use the reason that this move would harm Beiliang's foundation and fate. Su Beiji treated them with courtesy, but the government still carried on with the stone mining as usual. As the main culprit, Su Fengnian certainly knew the secret. He spread the word that another Huda city would be built behind the third line of defense at the heavy tomb. It would only take 3 years. The administrator Li Gongda and a Mahist master would be the supervisor. Su Fengnian would personally be the deputy supervisor. The new unnamed city would be built facing the Songshan mountain. Its scale would be even bigger than Huda City. When the time came, it would become the new largest city in the northwest. Would the city be built? Of course, Su Fengnian wanted to tell Beimang, Biding, and Shijing, especially Dongzhua, the king of the southern courtyard, that even if they succeeded in destroying Huda City, Liuya Fuling, and the heavy tomb, Beiliang still had to break through another city before they could enter Beiliang's Daoist territory. Would Beiliang's tax revenue, which was not rich to begin with, be cut off because of this? The answer was of course, but Su Fengnian was staking everything on this one throw. In the entire Liangzhou, other than the 3 border armies and the army guarding the pass, everyone else had to rush to the Songshan mountain area to contribute to the construction of the new city. All of this was actually a cover for the final battle at the mouth of the Calabash a year later. Su Fengnian had to force Beimang to have no choice but to focus on Liangzhou's front line. To this end, Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan even discussed a desperate plan where Liangzhou would win and Liuzhou would lose. This was because Liuzhou only had meaning if they won or lost. In a stalemate, Liuzhou had no strategic value. Of course, even if Liuzhou lost, it would only allow Beimang and Lu Gui to win. If it was a Pyrrhic victory, then Ko Jianghuai would become an important chess piece. It was precisely because of Ko Jianghuai's arrival that Chu Lushan came up with the idea of being even more ruthless to the enemy than to himself. Then, Su Fengnian agreed. This meant that the 30,000 Longxiang soldiers, the 3 towns of Liuzhou and Qingcang, and the 100,000 refugees who had not yet moved into Beiliang would definitely be in danger. And Su Fengnian's younger brother, Su Longxiang, would be the first to bear the brunt of this. Therefore, when Su Fengnian agreed, Chu Lushan's expression was complicated. Later, in Wutongan on Mount Qingliang, Su Weisheng did not treat Su Fengnian well. This was probably because she was conflicted about Su Fengnian's decision. Su Fengnian pointed to a cave in the distance, then turned to Tan Tai and asked calmly with a smile, "After I heard about the stone quarrying in the grotto heaven of Lanyu, I couldn't understand why the grotto heaven was so majestic, but the entrance was so narrow. Back then, I only heard from my master that quarrying in the grotto heaven was actually not as difficult as outsiders thought. To use the words of those who followed in their father's footsteps, it was like cutting soft tofu with a knife. However, after the stone was hung out of the grotto heaven, it would quickly become as hard as iron." Sect Master Tantai, do you know what's going on here? Tantai said softly, "Many tombs and antiques that have been preserved for thousands of years will vanish when they see the light of day again. The stone in the mountainside hardens when it comes out of the mountain, probably because of the same principle, but a different manifestation. It's the result of the fusion of material and gas." Su Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. He tried to hold back his laughter. After a long time, he finally could not help but say, "When I was young, I was unscrupulous and spoke without thinking. After pondering for a long time, I finally came up with an explanation. I felt that the stone turning from soft to hard was actually like a fledgling taking off his pants after seeing the world in the brothel. As a result, I went to Tide Listening Pavilion and was punished by my master to copy tens of thousands of words of the sages' classics. At that time, I even wanted to die." Tantai, who was dressed in white like an immortal, took a deep breath. Huyen Dogwan smirked and told the real fledgling Taimu about the general idea. The latter rolled his eyes. Su Fengnian turned his head and asked, "Master Tantai, can I ask one more question?" The Qi cultivator sneered, "Can I not answer?" Su Fengnian had to be thick-skinned and asked, "Is it possible for a person to stay at the bottom of the lake without eating or drinking for 10 or 20 years? Is it possible for the best Taoist to abstain from food and gas, or the Buddhist to meditate in meditation? Do you Qi refinement warriors have any similar skills?" Tantai Pingjing kept silent. It was Huyen Dogwan who said, "As long as it's not at the bottom of the lake, it's possible." Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. How did Chu Kuangren with the clavicle chain and the saber do it? This was something he had been curious about since he went to Wutang Mountain to practice his saber. At that time, he thought that his realm was not enough and did not understand the power of a first-rank martial arts master. However, when he reached the Vajra realm, he realized that even if he reached the Vajra realm, it was impossible. After that, he advanced to the Xian Finger realm and Celestial Phenomenon realm, but Su Fengnian still could not get a reasonable answer. Later, when Gao Shulu was unsealed and they fought, he achieved the celestial body. Only then did he know that to reach Chu Kuangren's level, only a land immortal who was good at Qi cultivation could barely do it. However, in Su Fengnian's eyes, Chu Kuangren's martial arts realm was not too high. He was at the first rank, but he was definitely not at the celestial phenomenon realm. This was enough to make Su Fengnian puzzled. Back then, the suppression of the old man with two sabers who came from the Beimang princess tomb like Helian Wuwei, was done by old Huang. However, the real mastermind behind the Tide Listening Pavilion's top floor was the master behind it. However, the master did not give any clues until his death. Chapter 1434. Su Fengnian suddenly lamented, "The wise man devises his strategies, the brave man exerts his strength, the benevolent man spreads his benefits, and the faithful man is loyal. The civil and military struggle, the monarch and his subjects live in harmony, and he can rule with his head bowed." Rule with his head bowed, it sounds easy, but in the past dynasties, except for those emperors who enjoyed the peace of the world, they wanted to expand their territory in prosperous times, but in troubled times, they wanted to protect their ancestral lands. Taking a step back, if both civil and military are used, then who is the wise man scheming for? Is it for the monarch or the people? Isn't Zhang Jiulu's death the price for the nobility of the people and the monarch of the people? If the brave man exerts his strength, will he be greedy? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Will he be addicted to sitting on the dragon throne? The benevolent man nurtures his hopes, and the mud and sand go down together. Is he fishing for fame? For example, like this old man of the Song family, who steals copies of memorials to the imperial calendar in order to leave his name in history? If the faithful man is loyal, will there be officials who are foolishly loyal and actually bring disaster to the country? Su Fengnian mocked himself, who doesn't want to be an emperor? When I was young, I often thought that other than the dream of being a hero, which is now gone, the next dream was to be an emperor. Once I had the power of the dynasty in my hands, I could kill all the eyesores in the world, and all the women in the world would be mine. How refreshing would that be? However, as time passed, I realized that being an emperor really wasn't easy. Zhao Zhuan's grandfather wanted to kill Su Shao. Zhao Zhuan's father killed the Han family of Ji province, and before he died, he had to kill Zhang Jiulu before he could rest in peace. Zhao Dun and Li Yang didn't accept Li Xiaoxin's new calendar from the two Zen temples, and didn't choose to let the world have 60 more years of peace. Instead, they let the descendants of the Zhao family have a few more years of imperial power. I think it was also at that moment that Zhao Dun and Zhang Jiulu, a pair of wise monarchs and famous officials who could have been immortalized through the ages, began to truly part ways. Only then could Zhang Jiulu make up his mind to seek death, and Zhao Dun forced himself to let Bai Yan die. I ask myself, if one day I finally become the emperor, would I feel more and more guilty when faced with so many choices? Would they kill Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang, Chu Lushan, and Yuan Zuozong? Would they break up the Beiliang frontier army and let the old men who wanted to die on the backs of the horses beyond the Great Wall die on their beds in the misty central plains? In the future, the sons and grandsons of Su Fengnian, will the men fight with each other for a seat? When they are young, they will make solemn vows and talk cheerfully, but when they are older, they will hide daggers behind their smiles and turn against each other? Will women marry people they don't even love? Su Fengnian looked at Su Yanbing and asked with a smile, "Uncle Su, is this considered soft-heartedness?" Su Yanbing nodded, but said, "There is a saying that soft-heartedness doesn't lead an army, but it doesn't mean that those who lead an army have to have a heart of stone." The four great generals of the spring and autumn period who are equally famous as the great general, whether it's Yi Baikue or Gu Jiantang, are usually very amiable and approachable when leading an army. Training an army for 1,000 days to use it for a single day. The time when one is truly ruthless and merciless is when one uses the army. On this point, Chu Lushan did very well. Su Fengnian gently looked to the south. Over there was someone who did even better than Chu Lushan. The five of them led their horses down the mountain. The spy surnamed Lu, who had been standing far away from them, continued to lead the way. At the foot of the mountain, they happened to run into a large group of quarrymen who had come out of the depths of the mountain. The mountain path paved with crushed stone was only wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. The smaller stones were tied up in layers on wheelbarrows and transported out of the mountain. The larger stones were placed on donkey carts and ox carts. There were also many quarrymen carrying stones in groups. Compared to Nanzhao's red sandalwood, which was worth an inch of gold and could be transported by river, the transportation of stone was even more clumsy. When Su Fengnian was about to mount his horse and leave the mountain, he saw a white-haired but tall old quarryman who was physically exhausted. The long piece of stone on his back suddenly tilted, and the old man fell along with the stone onto the path of crushed stones. Fortunately, the old man's body was still healthy and did not hurt his muscles or bones. He sat on the ground awkwardly and smiled bitterly. A Lingzhou quarry supervisor wearing armor and carrying a sword turned a blind eye. He did not arrogantly crack his whip like the government's lackeys in Liang. He allowed a young, dark-skinned quarryman to secretly stop and hand the old man a jug of strong wine. The nearby Beiliang soldiers wanted to go forward and stop them, but the supervisor, who looked like a deputy captain, gently shook his head and used his gaze to stop his soldiers from going forward. However, when Su Fengnian approached, 7 or 8 soldiers simultaneously held their swords and glared at him. The quarry was currently not open to the public. The outsiders who could enter were all people who were close to the government and had a clean family record in the whisk room. After all, the large and small Taoist temples in Daoist Paradise still needed the support of incense. The Great War of Liangmang had begun, and more people came to pray for blessings. The most prosperous Lingzhou naturally had a lot of incense. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they all asked for something like a protective talisman. Su Beiji set an unwritten rule for the large and small Taoist temples in Lingzhou. In the past, they did not have to hand over incense money to the government. They had to take 2 or 3 or 4 out of every 10 miles. For a forbidden land like Daoist Paradise, because the government was lenient, they had to take 4% of the incense money. Therefore, after Su Beiji bought the Rice provincial governor, he had the reputation of being a popular provincial governor. It was only when Spy Lu stepped forward that the Lingzhou soldiers in charge of transporting the quarry retreated. However, their eyes were still alert. The quarry old man who drank a mouthful of strong wine raised his head and looked at the handsome young master in front of him. He did not have stage fright. He was probably a talkative person. He took the initiative to smile and said, "This young master is going to Chongshan Temple to burn incense, right? It's not that I want to put in a good word for Chongshan Temple, but the marriage fortune sticks there are very effective. These years, I have seen many young masters and ladies come back after making their wishes." The old man's outrageous grandson also managed to find a pretty good granddaughter-in-law for the old man after winning the lottery at the monastery. Nowadays, people in Lingzhou say that other than Wudong Mountain's fortune sticks, everything else is the most effective. In terms of marriage fortune sticks, it will be Chongshan Temple's turn. Speaking of which, the extremely hospitable old man unconsciously raised his hand as if he wanted to invite the young master to drink a mouthful. However, he quickly pulled his hand back. It was clear that he realized that this kind of green ant wine that could be bought for 20 copper coins was expensive for quarrying people like him, but how could a young master like him drink it? Su Fengnian was originally going to take the wine pot, but when the old man pulled his hand back, he could only give up. He smiled and squatted down. Soon, Su Yanbing took a wine pot from the horse's back and threw it over. Su Fengnian reached out to catch it and handed it to the old man. "Old uncle, drink mine. If you don't mind, you can take it all." The old man was not polite. After taking the wine pot, he opened it and sniffed it hard. He laughed and said, "It's both green ant wine. They have the same name, but just by smelling it, I know that young master's wine is more valuable. I like to drink all my life. If someone gives me wine to drink, I won't refuse. However, I'll just pour a few mouthfuls into my grandson's wine pot. I won't have the face to ask for more." The old man really poured a few mouthfuls of wine into his own wine pot. After pouring the wine, he shook the crude wine pot before returning the exquisite wine pot to Su Fengnian. The old man did not forget to say, "This old man will say something. Young master, don't be angry. Although young master looks like a rich person from a large family, you can't be so extravagant. No matter how big your family business is, you have to be careful with your spending. If young master doesn't like to hear it, just treat it as this old man farting. Don't ask for the wine back." The dark-skinned young man was a bit nervous. Compared to his grandfather who had spent his entire life dealing with rocks in the deep mountains, he had been to many more counties in Lingzhou and knew the severity of the situation. He had also seen many rich young masters dressed in fine clothes and had heard many rumors about the arrogant young masters. Although everyone in Lingzhou knew about the embroidered roaming cavalry that had locked up many rich young masters, this young stonecutter was still quite nervous when he was in close proximity to someone of the same age who had a high family background. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "The person in charge of the family has to have a way of managing the family." "That's right, old uncle, I heard that your Big Fish Mountain quarry can only mine 80 pounds of rocks a day. Although there are 25 miles of mountain roads in 2 trips, it shouldn't be too tiring. Why does old uncle have to carry 100 pounds of rocks in one trip?" The young stonecutter did not want his grandfather to say too much to an outsider, so he reminded him, "Grandfather, we need to move." With the help of his grandson, the old man knelt down and tied the leather rope that was used to tie the rocks. After he slowly stood up, he turned his head to Su Fengnian and said with a smile, "The provincial governor did have such a rule, but young master might not know." The quarry also said that after completing a mission of 120 pounds of rocks, if you carry an extra 10 pounds of rocks, you will be rewarded 1 copper coin. This old man, my grandson, and my 2 sons, the 4 of us together can carry an extra 400 to 500 pounds. That is 40 to 50 copper coins. For our family, this is not bad. This old man still has some strength, and my sons and grandson are filial. They only let this old man carry 1 trip. Isn't this because they want to carry 20 to 30 pounds of rocks in 1 trip? It will be slower, but it will also be good to earn 2 or 3 copper coins. The government has also been very straightforward in paying the bill, so we have more motivation to work. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. Chapter 1435. Perhaps it was because the old man had drunk a few mouthfuls of good wine and still wanted more. His smile was simple and honest. In the end, he said to Su Fengnian, "However, this old man is already so old. Whether or not I earn those 2 or 3 copper coins doesn't really matter. It's just that when I heard that the prince wanted to build a large city in the north of Jianghu to fight the Beimang barbarians, this old man thought that even though I won't have the chance to go north in this lifetime, at least I still have some strength left, so I can carry 20 to 30 caddies a day. Not only can I earn 2 or 3 copper coins, but I also feel that when the city is built in the future, perhaps the extra stones I carry will be able to block a few more arrows from the northern barbarians." When I think of this old man's heart feels comfortable. Many of the young children in the village don't quarry with their fathers anymore. They've seen the sights of many cities in Lingzhou and their hearts have grown bigger. They don't think it's good for nothing to dig for stones in the mountains, so they've all gone to become border soldiers. Us old men can carry several tens of thousands of caddies of stones. The sooner the city is built, the more likely they'll be able to come back for the new year. The old man suddenly paused and looked into the distant sky. He murmured softly, "I heard from the officials and soldiers in the quarry that half of the 300,000 stone tablets behind the prince's house are made from the stones of our big fish mountain. Those old fellows who have children in their families who joined the army all say that if there's a day when someone in their family can't come back and they want to carve their name on the tablets, then using the stone from our hometown is also good." The old man had already begun to walk forward. Suddenly, the young master of the wealthy family called out from behind him, "Uncle, wait a moment." Then, the young stonemason was surprised to see that person take off his fur coat and hand it to the white-clothed woman who was as tall as a man but looked like an immortal. That person walked to his grandfather's side and untied the rope without any explanation. He carried the stone on his back. He didn't look like a young master who knew how to do rough work. Carrying over 100 caddies of stone, he was actually calm and composed. Behind that person, there were 4 people with extraordinary auras who leisurely led their horses forward. It made that person's head seem to be a bit off. What was going on? The dark-skinned young stonemason was momentarily distracted. Could it be that the hedonistic young masters of Beiliang were all so easy to talk to? On the other hand, the old stonemason was more at ease than his grandson. He lived to 70 years of age. Perhaps the more he spent time with dead things, the more he could see the black and white of people's hearts. He didn't know if the young master who gave him the wine was a good person or. The old man couldn't figure out why the young master beside him would help him carry the stone out of the mountain, and he was too lazy to think about it. It was just like the stone quarrymen of Mount Big Fish had passed down from generation to generation that there was a cave in the mountain, and there was a pond in the cave. In the pond, there was a spiritual creature that looked like a fish or a snake, waiting for the day it turned into a dragon. It was just that no one had seen it with their own eyes. Nowadays, the young people with broader horizons didn't quite believe it, but the older generation was still willing to believe it. Two was two. Unfortunately, the handsome guy said that he already had a wife, which made the old woman feel very regretful. In the end, after the young man removed the stone, he said something inexplicable to the old man, saying that he would do his best. The old man didn't understand what he was saying, so he could only nod with a smile. Tai Mu Dai originally thought that Su Fengnian, the king of Bailiang, had nothing better to do and was bribing the hearts of the people with the stone quarrymen. It was inevitable that the Lingzhou spy would accidentally reveal their identity. He never thought that after Su Fengnian put on his coat, he would directly come out of the mountain. Even the spy was kept in the dark from start to finish and did not know their true identity. In the end, Tai Mu Dai could only feel that this young king was really boring. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reason with him. 5 riders came to the grotto heaven of Diu. In the end, 4 of them left the mountain first. The tall woman who joined forces with Su Yanbing to cause fatal trouble to Tai Mu Dai, and the others said that she wanted to go back to the mountain. Tantai Pingjing rode into the mountain alone and finally led the horse to the mountainside of another side peak of the grotto heaven of Diu. However, she did not enter the cave. She stood at the entrance of the cave and waited. In the twilight, night, and dawn, she finally waited for 2 foreign Taoist priests. A young Taoist priest and a young Taoist priest. Their Taoist robes were obviously different from the Taoist priest of Diu Mountain that the stone quarrymen often saw. The young Taoist priest greeted Tantai Pingjing gently, "I'm Li Yufu from Wudong. Greetings to Senior Tantai." The young Taoist priest followed his master and bowed, "I'm Yufu from Wudong. Greetings to Senior Tantai." Tantai Pingjing looked at the master and disciple who walked out of Wudong Mountain and walked into the grotto heaven of Diu Mountain. She said indifferently, "Master Li also saw the great opportunity?" Li Yufu smiled and said, "I'd like to thank you for waiting." Tantai Pingjing seemed to be standing at the entrance of the cave, but in fact, she was blocking the entrance of the cave. Her tone was not very kind. "This fate first started between us. We watched the white snake transform into a flood dragon and then we watched it go upstream. Now it's us, it's him who triggered the vision." The young Taoist priest said seriously, "The great way under our feet is accessible to everyone." Tantai Pingjing looked at the child who pretended to be a master and smiled. The young Taoist priest blushed slightly when he was stared at. Soon, his momentum weakened and he whispered, "Master said so." The young Taoist priest who was the current chief of Wudong Mountain had a warm look in his eyes. He raised his hand and touched his disciple's head, "You said so." Tantai Pingjing looked at the master and disciple with a complicated look in her eyes. She concealed it and said, "Earth Lung Mountain and Guangling River. You also formed 2 fates, but," Li Yufu waved his hand gently and smiled, "Master Tantai, you can rest assured. We didn't come to the grotto heaven of Diu Mountain to fight for anything. I just wanted to take you Fu around and have a look." Tantai Pingjing shook her head and said, "You Taoists don't fight, but you fight." Chapter 1436. Tantai Pingjing looked at the young leader of Wudong who was not anxious and said slowly, "In the past, the great Qin dynasty has always advocated the same kind of celestial beings. Your Taoist sage took the lead in proposing that heaven and earth are heartless. My master once commented, the true meaning of this is that heaven and earth have no kindness or malice to people. It can be said that heaven and earth are shocking thunder. Later generations, based on their preferences, misinterpreted it as being able to become a sage and treat all things in the world as dogs. At the end of the great Qin dynasty, the Confucian sage advocated that human nature is good and that heaven and earth are connected. However, the root of it is only a tendency to return to the same kind of celestial beings. Huang Sanjia called it removing the clouds to see the moon, instead of removing the clouds to see the sun. As for Buddhism, it is a foreign religion. Let's not talk about it." Tantai Pingjing's eyes suddenly sharpened and stared at the leader of Wudong. "You, Li Yufu, want to make decisions for the world by your own will. Do you really dare to say that you are not wrong?" Li Yufu said calmly, "Doing things by yourself, right or wrong, is more reasonable than others asking you to do good or bad things. Li Yufu no longer looked at the leader of Guanyin sect, but looked up at the sky as if he was talking to the sky. The living of heaven and earth are neither sad nor happy. The dead of heaven and earth are carefree. In between life and death, how can we control those superior people who have already transcended life and death? Born and dying in heaven and earth, we should not ask how to live forever. We should ask why we were born and how to live better. The courtesy of Confucianism, the purity of Taoism, or the mercy of Buddhism. In the 100 years of self-questioning and self-answering in this life, some people will gain and some will lose. Later generations will eventually have self-knowledge, self-respect, self-improvement, independence, and freedom. Although life is short, the noble spirit will last forever. Tantai Pingjing stared at the young Taoist who dared to ask heaven and smiled helplessly. She stepped away from the path of the cave and stepped forward to leave. It was like something, no matter how much she cherished it, if she could not own it, then she would not look at it. The little Taoist boy bowed politely to her back and said, "Thank you, senior." Tantai Pingjing looked back and asked with a smile, "Lu Dongxian? Qi Xuanzhen? Hong Shixiang?" The little Daoist was stunned. "Senior, my name is Yu Fu." Li Yufu led the little Daoist boy into the cave and lit the torch he had prepared beforehand. After walking for an hour, they arrived at a deep green pond. He placed the torch between the walls of the mountain and then took out several oil pots and an ancient oil lamp from his bag. He sat down cross-legged and bent over to light the lamp. Yu Fu also sat down. After waiting for a long time, the little Daoist boy did not see any movement on the mirror-like surface of the pond. He could only look at the wick and asked in puzzlement, "Master, what are we doing?" Li Yufu laughed softly, "When I'm bored, I'll recite the classics." The little Daoist boy nodded and began to recite the Pearl Sack Catalogue. After an hour, his mouth was really dry and he turned his head with a bitter expression. Li Yufu said softly, "Rest if you're tired." The little Daoist boy smiled happily. After that, Li Yufu refilled the oil lamp. Yu Fu, who had eaten some dried dates to fill his stomach, was already sleepy. Li Yufu let the child rest on his lap and slowly fell asleep. Li Yufu also closed his eyes to rest. The surface of the pond rippled slightly. Then a small fish with half red and half white jumped out. The shape of a carp could be vaguely seen and its two whiskers were extremely long. It swam to the edge of the pond and its whiskers swayed gently. The fish scales on its body were shining like dragon armor, shining brightly. Li Yufu opened his eyes and smiled, "After we parted at the Guangling River, you and I meet again." It swayed its whiskers and white tail cheerfully. Li Yufu said softly, "I'm willing to protect you from the river to the sea and help you become a dragon. If the future generations suffer from a drought, are you willing to create clouds and rain for the world? If there is a king who is heartless, are you willing to warn him on behalf of the heavens? If you feel lonely, will you still not stir up trouble? If you can't overcome each other, will you live in peace with the world?" It was still and motionless. Li Yufu laughed, "As the Baoyang of the place where your dragon rises, you don't have to worry with him. The hearts of the people and the power of heaven and earth." It swayed its tail slightly and broke through the water surface, floating above the pond. Li Yufu gently pinched his fingers. 3 days later, you and I will go down the mountain and enter the river. We will say goodbye at the mouth of the Guangling River." It seemed to nod and slowly dived back into the pond. Li Yufu sighed slightly and looked down at the little Taoist child who was drooling. He listened to the child's vague ravings and murmured, "Youngest uncle, when you are enlightened, before Li Yufu cuts off heaven and earth, I will ask her to come back. After that, there will be no afterlife." Li Yufu closed his eyes and smiled, "In fact, if there is an afterlife, how good would it be if I could call you youngest uncle again? Unfortunately, there is no such thing." In the spring of the second year of Jianghu, two Daoist priests of Wudong Mountain left Beiliang and began to walk eastward along the Guangling River. Wherever they went, there was a spring rain that was as precious as oil. When the mistress of Shishu's spring invitation cottage heard that the young vassal king's trip to Lingzhou was actually so cowardly that he had to bring several martial arts masters with him before he dared to leave Liangzhou, she sneered at him. Before they even met, she already looked down on the young man with the surname Su. Naturally, she felt more and more resentful towards the man beside her who rode into Shu alone. However, when she accompanied two of the most legendary men in the world and saw the 5 riders appear in her sight with her own eyes, there was no reason for this woman to recognize that person at first glance. At that time, she knew that the young man seemed to be really qualified to let the current king of Shu return to Lingzhou. He was qualified to let Mr. Xie go to Shu to catch a dragon and raise a dragon to deal with him. Of course, she also hated that guy called Su Fengnian more and more. However, the beautiful Wuxia Xianxia, who had been on the Rouge reviews twice, was not only disgusted, but she even had the intention to kill. Because the first thing that guy said after he got off the horse was, "Aunt Xia, right? Why didn't you bring the child with you to Lingzhou? The red packet is already prepared." Chapter 1437. Compared to the two prefectures where the smoke of war was imminent, Lingzhou, which was the backyard of northern Liang, still had many handsome men and beautiful women going for a walk in the spring. Many young children in the city were happily flying kites, and the children of the wealthy would string colorful lanterns on the kite string. For example, near their courtyard, there were no less than 10 kites flying in the sky. The children's laughter unknowingly diluted the tense atmosphere after the two groups of people met. However, Su Fengnian's unexpected opening speech seemed to spoil the mood a bit. As the most beautiful woman in Western Shu in the past 20 years, Wuxia Xianxia of the Spring Invitation Cottage had entered the Rouge Review at the age of 14. She was known for her skin as white as mutton fat jade and her hands as soft as lotus buds. 10 years later, she won the Rouge Review for a second time. Although her real age was 26, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a 16-year-old beauty. Wuxia Xianxia's figure was like most women in Shu. She was thin and delicate with an extremely thin waist. Wuxia Xianxia's skin was especially white. No wonder she had the nickname of the Moon Palace Fairy. Many men in Shu dreamed of her. Su Fengnian was far away in Beiliang. He heard that the Western Shu administrator had been coveting her for a long time. If Chen Jibao had not been the vassal of Western Shu and became the guest of honor of the Spring Invitation Cottage, Xia Lingzhen would have become a caged sparrow in the administrator's mansion after she died at the hands of Su Fengnian by the Spring God Lake. After Su Fengnian teased him, he led the horse forward. He did not immediately look at the man in white standing in the middle of the 3 people at the door. Instead, he looked at Xie Guining, who looked like a middle-aged Confucian scholar. His courtesy name was Shu Yang, and his nickname was Flying Fish. He and Li Yishan were once called Northern Xie, Southern Li. They commented on each other's romantic life. Of course, what interested Su Fengnian the most was not this person's extravagance in catching and raising real dragons, but his identity as the father of White Fox. For some reason, White Fox Face said that he was dead. Moreover, he did not take Xie Guining's surname, but Nangong. Naturally, this was another matter of confusion. As for why Chen Jibao wanted to meet him, Su Fengnian could guess a little. This was because the third son of heaven's favored son who had the potential to sit on the dragon throne was the king of Yanqi, His Royal Highness Jianghu, the little beggar from back then. If Chen Jibao wanted to legitimately walk out of Western Shu, he would have to make use of the situation in West Chu and become the key figure who would break into the capital of West Chu before the southern Xinjiang army. Beiliang would have to play a key role in this matter. If Su Fengnian was determined to contain Western Shu's military forces, then Zhao Zhu's chances of success would be far greater than Chen Jibao's. Of course, this time Western Shu definitely did not come here to beg for help. Instead, they wanted to make a hidden exchange. As long as Beiliang did not drag Western Shu's entry into the Central Plains, then Western Shu would not cause trouble for Bailiang's backyard during the Great War of Liangmang. This would test the tacit understanding between the two sides. If both sides agreed, then everyone would be happy. However, as long as either Su Fengnian or Chen Zhibao was unwilling to take a step back, then after today, the two sides would completely fall out and fight to the death. Bailiang would be attacked from both sides, and Western Shu would also miss the opportunity to seize the throne in the Central Plains. Perhaps this would be an awkward situation where one step slower than the next. This deal could very well decide who the entire Central Plains belonged to, or even the surname of the entire world. Otherwise, given Chen Zhibao's nature, why would he return to Bailiang and take the initiative to meet with Su Fengnian? Moreover, it was most likely Xie Guinying who instigated this white-clothed military saint to leave Shu and enter Liang. It was probably because Xie Guinying was Chen Zhibao's trusted aide and understood the importance of this meeting. Thus, even though Su Fengnian's teasing made her seethe with anger and hammered her weak spot with a hammer, she still didn't show any displeasure. The group entered the luxurious Jiangnan-style residence. Su Fengnian and Chen Zhibao walked side by side at the very front, followed by Tantai Pingjing and Xie Guinying, and finally Xie Guinying and Su Yanbing. Huyen Dogwan and Tai Mu Dai didn't follow. Huyen Dogwan said that it didn't look like he was going to fight immediately. He had to go to the streets of Lingbei City to buy some strange objects for his wife and daughter. Then, this Beimang martial grandmaster directly left. In reality, on this trip to Lingzhou, Huyen Dogwan had already made it clear to Su Fengnian on Mount Qingliang that he wouldn't help Bailiang kill anyone. However, if Su Fengnian's life was in danger, he would step in to save him. Su Fengnian naturally wouldn't ask for anything. For a martial artist like Huyen Dogwan who was extremely close to Wang Xianji's realm, unless it was someone like Su Yanbing and Chao Chongqing who had too many things that they couldn't let go of, no one would care about the world. For example, although Dong Tai was a relative of Su Fengnian, he was also unwilling and disdained to care about the trend of the battle between Liang Mang and Liang Mang. It was the same for Sui Xiegu. The reason why he stayed in Bailiang was probably because he wanted to occasionally show his face to Tantai Pingjing and get scolded. Putting aside the weak Xie Guinying, on Bailiang's side, there was Su Fengnian whose realm was damaged, Su Yanbing who was half a step away, and the number 1 Qi cultivator, Tantai Pingjing. On Shishu's side, there was Chen Zhibao who was uncertain whether he had already transcended mortality and entered the divine realm, and Xie Guinying who was ranked first on the Immortal land painting. They should be evenly matched. The 6 people sat down in the quiet courtyard. As a woman who had been on the ranking list twice, Xie Guinying really had too many praiseworthy, unique skills. Among them, the tea she made was called Yuhua tea. Xie Guinying's hands had the reputation of lotus buds, and she was proficient in the tea ceremony. Countless Daoist immortals in Shu praised her tea as neutral and clean, with high charm and tranquility. When you drink it, the wind blows in your armpits, as if you have become a feather and fly. The tea leaves that Xie Guinying used to make the tea now were the number 1 treasure of Mount Fire, the Priming Spring Tea. The tea utensils and tea sets that she brought from the Spring Invitation Cottage were scattered and there were as many as 18 of them. They must be the set of priceless 18 scholars. Even Su Fengnian had to admit that the tea made by this Western Shu woman in front of him was indeed pleasing to the eye. Her every movement was graceful and most importantly, it contained a kind of meditative and forgetful feeling. No wonder the Western Shu Taoists praised her so much. Xie Guinying was the first to drink a mouthful of tea. After putting down the cup, she was the first to break the silence. Without any superficial pleasantries, she went straight to the point. Chao Chongqing is well aware that if West Chu wants to attack Tai and city in one go, they cannot lose a single battle. Otherwise, the entire Guangling Road situation will rapidly take a turn for the worse. At present, the Mo sword formation, which was born out of the great halberd warriors, has already surfaced. Several of the main forces of field battle cavalry have also appeared. Excluding the Navy's 60,000 soldiers, West Chu has 170,000 soldiers on land. On the surface, they can be considered to be evenly matched with the imperial army led by Lu Xingxiang in the north and the 100,000 soldiers in the south. However, war has never been a battle of numbers on paper. Zhao Bing's army in the south is overall far more powerful than West Chu. Chapter 1438. Su Fengnian took a sip of tea. It was refreshing. His fingers swirled the rim of the cup and he said with a smile, "The situation is still equal. Chao Chongqing's navy will definitely swallow up Prince Guangling Zhao Yi's navy. After they merge, the Guangling River with the Guangling Navy will block the advance of the southern border army to a great extent. Xia Shi has West Chu's 170,000. Against the inferior Lu Xingxiang, they have a great chance of victory. After that, it would depend on whether or not the Qing province navy could help the southern border's army cross that natural moat. Otherwise, Chao Zhangqing would fight his way all the way to Grand Peace City, and Gu Jiantong's two vast border armies would also take advantage of the situation and head south. This was also the reason why the imperial decree of peace allowed northern Meng's two easternmost generals to hold their bowls, and why they had to feign weakness in front of Ji Bei's Yuan Tingshan. In this kind of rapid development, other than Gu Jiantang, the other factions are distant water that cannot quench the immediate thirst in the eyes of the court. Xia Guining seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He shook his head and said, "The Qingzhou navy may not be unable to fight. Lu Xingxiang is not ordinary." Su Fengnian looked at the middle-aged man with white hair on his temples. For a moment, his mind wandered. He was indeed the father of White Fox Face. He was already so old, but he was still able to move the hearts of women. In terms of aura, it seemed that only big officer Chao Chongqing could compete with him. It was not a lie to say that one had a scholarly aura. On the other hand, those true Jianghu people, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat, Dong Tai, and Huyen Daguan, were worlds apart. Of course, when old Manli was young, he was invincible in both sword and person. Xie Guo laughed involuntarily at this young vassal king who was distracted. He glanced at the calm white-robed man next to him and thought, no wonder Zhao Chongling had chosen him, who was surnamed Chen, and not His Royal Highness, who was surnamed Su. Su Fengnian smiled apologetically and then asked curiously, "It is not strange that Mr. Xie has long made plans in the Qingzhou Navy. However, if I remember correctly, when Lu Xingxiang left the Guangling Spring Snow Building, it was Yuan Benshi who instructed him to do so. When the time comes, will he agree to give up the merit of entering and leaving the city? That means whether or not Lu Xingxiang can be promoted from Great General Li Yang to Minister of War. After all, in the future dynasty, Great General is just a nicer name. Ministers with real power are the most popular." Xie Guining smiled and asked, "Even if Lu Xingxiang wants to be the king of Beiliang who established the Central Plains, can he do it just because he wants to? What's more, today is different from the past. Even if he successfully besieges the city, he still needs to be busy fighting with that young heir of the southern border." Xia is keenly aware of the man she admires, and he frowns quietly. She could forget herself when making tea, but she could not forget him. Most women in the world were like this. No matter how otherworldly they were, there would always be a man who would bring them back to the world, and they would be willing to cook for him. Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, "In that case, the previous emperor Zhao Dun died early. Otherwise, Mr. Xie would not be so distressed." Xie Guining nodded and said, "If the previous emperor was still alive, I would not be in Lingzhou right now, but in the Qingzhou Navy." Everyone knew that Zhao Dun was very fond of Chen Jibao. Naturally, if Zhao Dun was still alive, he would not be like the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, who tactfully rejected Chen Jibao's offer of only 10,000 men to go out of Shu to quell the rebellion. There were two emperors in the Zhao dynasty, and some things were passed down from generation to generation. For example, Zhao Zhuan treated Beiliang the same way as the previous emperor, which was to exhaust Beiliang's military power as much as possible without affecting the stability of the Central Plains. Otherwise, as long as the Su family of Bailiang was still around, removing the vassals would be a big joke. But some things had quietly changed, such as his attitude towards Chen Jibao, the prince of Shu. Zhao Dun trusted and admired Chen Jibao almost to the point of being paranoid. As a self-proclaimed enlightened emperor, he was incomparably intoxicated by the feeling of, the country has no equal capable generals who are willing to serve me. On the other hand, Zhao Zhuan's attitude turned into fear and suspicion. Xie Guining, who had been speaking warmly like an old friend, shook his head and refused to continue pouring tea. His aura changed abruptly, and his tone turned cold. Previously, the king of Shu and I had deduced the situation of Bailiang. If we evaluated you as an ordinary official, you would only be below average. If you had built a big city south of North Zhongzhong in Liangzhou, you wouldn't even be below average. Su Fengnian smiled and did not say anything. Xie Guining continued, Bailiang's best plan is to rely on more than 100,000 of the world's most elite field cavalry to succeed in one battle. Su Fengnian asked calmly, Mr. Xie, do you mean to let Baimang's million troops stationed north of Huda City in Liangzhou and reenact the Battle of West Rampart? Xie Guining smiled and did not say anything. Xie Guining, who acted as the icing on the cake, was a little surprised. This repulsive young vassal king was not stupid. Mr. Xie was not trying to be an alarmist. He and Xie Guining had once stayed up all night to make a sand table deduction. However, at that time, the deduction was based on the fact that Xie Guining was in charge of Bailiang, not this young man with the surname Su. Under this premise, Baimang did not dare to divide its troops to attack the border from 3 fronts. It only dared to do it in one battle and make a big bet with Bailiang. To be precise, it was with him and Chen Jibao, who was standing next to Xie Guining. Mr. Xie acted as Dongjue, and Chen Jibao acted as the defender of Bailiang. Both sides mobilized their troops, and it was very similar to the Battle of West Rampart. Both sides kept losing troops and increasing troops, competing to see who would be the first to be defeated. In the end, Mr. Xie tried his best, but still lost to Bailiang, who only had 30,000 cavalry and infantry left. In that shocking armchair war, Liuzhou, Yuzhou, and Lingzhou were all reduced to watching a show. All the tragic, treacherous, and exciting battles only happened in the north of Liangzhou. However, this was only the first move of that deduction, and it had not even reached the middle game. Next, it would be Bailiang forcing the heavily wounded Baimang to turn its spearhead to the Tuliao. Bailiang would go from being Liang's vanguard to an idler, who had several years to recuperate. After consolidating the refugees of Liuzhou, they would join forces and break through the western regions in one go, and take over western Shu and Nanzhao. In the same tripartite balance, Liang and Baimang were constantly depleted, and Bailiang would quickly recover to a strength of 150,000 pure cavalry after regrouping. Then, Nanzhao and western Shu would raise 150,000 infantry, and once again have a total of 300,000 troops to participate in the struggle for the world. At that time, he chose to go up north from Liangzhou and Jizhou, and chose to flatten Baimang and Nanzhao before coveting the central plains. Finally, after becoming the master of the 6 major territories, Bailiang, Nanzhao, western regions, western Shu, and Nanzhao, he would occupy the high ground and directly bypass the already heavily wounded Gu Jintang's Tuliao defense lines. He would fight a decisive battle with Liang's army in Huainan Dao territory, and then go down south to Guangling Dao. He would not need to pay any attention to Taiyan City, and then fight the Nanjiang army. At that time, whether Gu Jintang's Tuliao border armies fought or not, it would no longer affect the overall situation. Thank you smiled happily. Su Fengnian could probably only think of the first move of that deduction. How could he guess the soul-stirring feelings of the middle game and the ending game? Then she was stunned. She only heard that guy ask with a smile, according to Mr. Xie's deduction rules, won't Gu Jiantang be the Minister of War of the new dynasty for another 20 years? Tan Taiping calmly glanced at thank you. This great grandmaster Qi cultivator also smiled. The king of Shu, who had been completely aloof, finally looked at Su Fengnian seriously. This could be regarded as the king of Beiliang, whom Chen Zhibao had watched coldly for many years, growing up little by little. Xie Guaniying raised his hand. Thank you, immediately poured tea. He smiled and drank a mouthful of tea. This tea seemed to have the taste. Only in this way could the two sides be considered to be on equal footing. Before this, Xie Guaniying did not regard Su Fengnian as a real opponent at all. Chapter 1439. Xie Guaniying said softly, His Highness wants to defend Beiliang and is willing to draw a circle around it. Whether outsiders understand it or not, it's a choice he has no other choice. I don't appreciate this, but since he's the son of great General Su Shao, I understand. Thus, after this choice, even if Beiliang and Western Shu can't become allies, they won't become mortal enemies. It's pointless to fight over personal feelings. It's meaningless and meaningless. Xie Guaniying stared at Su Fengnian and said with a smile, It's just like how the six of us are drinking tea today. The aftertaste is endless and not wine. If a jar of strong wine is opened and finished, we'll be dead drunk. We'll drink to our heart's content, but we'll have a headache the next day. Su Fengnian only asked one question, Has Sir Xie ever thought that millions more people will die in the Central Plains? Xie Guaniying fell into silence. After a long while, he asked in return, Then have you ever thought about how to truly inherit Su Zhao's deep will to destroy the foundation of the powerful clans? Su Fengnian laughed coldly. Sir Xie wants to say that from the great Emperor Qin's state to the great Feng dynasty and the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn, there hasn't been a single legitimate emperor of the Central Plains born from humble beginnings. Only with such an emperor can Su Shao trample over the Central Plains be considered a success. Su Fengnian put down his teacup and said slowly, or according to Sir Xie's words, it's meaningful. Xie Guaniying countered, when the great Qin was hegemonic, Luoyang was China's land. When the great Feng dynasty was in power, Qingzhou was the Central Plains. When it came to Liang, Jiangnan was the Central Plains. If one day, millions or even tens of millions of people die, but we can annex all of Beimang and make the northwest of Beiliang become the Central Plains, what's wrong with that? After we succeed, we'll win hundreds of years of peace under the heavens. The more people who die today, the fewer people who die in the future. Shaking his head, Su Fengnian replied in a deep voice, There are some accounts that can't be settled like this. Xie Guaniying didn't get angry because of Su Fengnian's rebuttal. Instead, he said with a relaxed smile, It said that His Highness never makes a losing deal. It's the same with the 6-pearl bodhisattva in Mount Lantua in the western region, Xianyuan Qingfeng in the Great Snow Plateau in Mount Hui, Ko Jianghuai, the deputy general of Liangzhou under the pseudonym Su Fengnian, and even more so with the little girl named Lu Nerong from the Fish Dragon Gang. Before coming to Lingzhou, I made a bet with King of Shu on whether or not you would let Huyen Daguan appear openly, and in the end, I lost. From this, it can be seen that although His Highness's trip to the south looks aggressive, it is actually quite sincere. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Mr. Xie is a schemer, but not a shrewd businessman. You don't understand how I do business with people. Moreover, Mr. Xie is not as good as Huang Sanjia. All these years, you've only learned from others. Huang Sanjia treated the spring and autumn period like a field of crops. Mr. Xie, in the end, you are just a book reader. In the first half of your life, you are far from being a writer. The strategist of the spring and autumn period, Huang Sanjia, my master Li Yishan, Yuan Benshi, Nailan Yusi, and even Zhang Jiulu who isn't strictly a strategist. They are all less restricted than Mr. Xie. After all, it's better to have no books than to believe in books. Of course, when Mr. Xie was born, you couldn't stand the loneliness and tried to make up for yourself. Therefore, you looked all over the world and flipped through the pages of the spring and autumn period books. Only then did you come to the Western Shu that hasn't been successful since ancient times. You wanted to start something new. Xie Guanying's expression froze. Xie Guanying felt as if he had fallen into a fog. He didn't understand what this person surnamed Su was talking about. Why would Mr. Xie, who was good at maintaining his composure, get angry? Su Fengnian suddenly turned to look at her and asked with a naughty smile, "Aunt Xie, you don't understand, right?" Xie Guanying's chest suddenly felt stuffy and short of breath. Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly. As the person best at observing energy in the world, she only needed a few clues to find the secrets of the heavens. For example, Huang Sanjia's identity as a writer and Xie Guanying's responsibility as an endorser. Huang Sanjia did not change the overall situation, but changed the small details. In the end, he did not die early, but endured until he was 70 years old. This could be called a good death. This was enough to make Xie Guanying, who had been diligently endorsing books, feel angry. It was like two examinees in the same year. One had used a loophole in the imperial examinations to easily become a jinshi, while the other had taken the exam and thought they were of equal talent. How could he not be angry? Now, there was another chance in front of him. So the latter wanted to fight. He didn't just want to beat Huang Sanjia, he wanted to beat Sun Ping, Yuan Benshi, Li Yishan, Nalan Yusi, and Zhao Chongling. He wanted to win with a clear conscience. Saints stood at 30, did not have doubts at 40, knew destiny at 50, listened to at 60, did as the heart wished at 70, and did not overstep the rules. The reason that Tantai Pingjing had left Liangzhou to Lingzhou was because she and Xie Guanying, who was half a peer, were on the opposite side. She thought that Xie Guanying's actions were overstepping the rules. As to Xie Guanying's capture of the Western Shu Serpent Dragon, that was just a subtle sign that the two would part ways. However, she had not expected this day to come so quickly. Xie Guanying, who had been exposed, laughed and said in a casual tone, "Wang Yi says Zhao Dun died early. I want to say Zhao Chongling died early." He added, "Li Yishan died late." Su Fengnian said expressionlessly, "As strategists, Yuan Benshi died late." Xie Guanying looked at this young person and laughed. He asked, "Then dare I ask, did I also die late?" Su Fengnian did not speak, but Su Yanbing and Tantai Pingjing stood up at the same time. Xie Guanying did not fear this tense atmosphere at all. Instead, she felt the pleasure of wanting to see the world in chaos. As to her own life, she did not care about it. Also, she did not feel that standing next to him, she would be in danger. She had missed this man spring and autumn. She did not want to miss any of his games to fight for the world. Xie Guanying thought that Su Yanbing and the master of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea would fight. She guessed wrong again today. Tantai Pingjing, who was also a woman, looked at her like she was an idiot and asked, "Wait here for death?" Xie Guanying was about to speak when she was carried out of the courtyard by the tall woman in white like a chicken. What shocked Xie Guanying even more was that the person who left with them, and the person who should have stayed in the courtyard for that family. Su Yanbing, who was supposed to be their helper. Could it be that the one surnamed Su wanted to fight one against two? Was he crazy? Tantai Pingjing casually threw Xie Guanying aside and looked at the courtyard. She asked, "Is there really no problem?" Su Yanbing said calmly, "The worst situation is for Huyan Daguan to rush back." Tantai Pingjing said emotionally, "Personally, this is the worst situation, but for Bailiang, this is the worst situation." Chapter 1440. Su Yanbing nodded and did not deny it. However, he turned his head and smiled, "However, don't you think that a king of Bailiang like this will vent your anger?" Tantai Pingjing said helplessly, disregarding everything else, "The impact of this anger on the world is definitely unprecedented." Su Yanbing smiled, "The more it is like this, the more it is worth it for someone like Su Yanbing, who doesn't understand the court and doesn't understand the situation, to choose to stand in Bailiang." Xie smiled coldly and said, "A martial arts grandmaster who has dropped a lot of realms and doesn't live up to his name is showing off his bravado." Does he really think that he is invincible? Su Yanbing, who had never argued with a woman, scolded for the first time, "What does a woman like you know?" Xia was flabbergasted. She could not argue that she actually knew nothing, right? The trip to Lingzhou this time had indeed left a shadow in the heart of this great beauty who had all the men in Shu bowing down to her. If it were not for the fact that that man was also from Bailiang, she would have cursed him for being a Bailiang barbarian. In the busy market, Huyen Dogwan, who had been busy picking out a few exquisite items for his wife and daughter, rolled his eyes. He stopped bargaining with the shopkeeper and left the shop angrily. He did not care whether or not he would attract the shock of the people on the street. He grabbed Taimu Dai's arm and leaped up. In the blink of an eye, the two of them silently landed outside the house. She complained to Su Yanbing and Tantai Pingjing, "What is going on? You can even fight over this?" Xia finally found her place and sneered, "Oh, a capable helper is here. Are there going to be thousands of Lingzhou soldiers rushing over in a hurry?" Huyen Dogwan could not be bothered with this woman. He looked in the direction of the courtyard and made a sound of surprise. He muttered, "That works too." Taimu Dai wanted to say something but stopped. She probably wanted to ask but was too embarrassed to. Huyen Dogwan raised his head and stared at the sky above the courtyard. He instinctively used the language of the Central Plains to say, "Back then, I gave you 2 words. You were very stupid and could not understand it after so many years. That is why I had you follow Su Fengnian. I hope that you can get close to this grandmaster who is about the same age as you before walking out." Taimu Dai, who did not understand what Huyen Dogwan said, was confused. Huyen Dogwan quickly realized his mistake. He switched to the northern Mang accent and said angrily, "Let me teach you a word, outrageous. If you want to surpass Su Fengnian one day, you have to get rid of him first." Back then, whenever Li Chungang competed with others, Wang Xianji would shamelessly watch from the sidelines. Many people did the same, but not only was it not outrageous, but they also admired Li Chungang more and more, and then stood at the foot of the mountain to look at the scenery at the top for the rest of their lives. Only Wang Xianji gritted her teeth and followed suit, walked to the top, and finally defeated Li Chungang. Oh, no, it was a tie back then. Li Chungang was disheartened and gave his position to Wang Xianji. After that, Wang Xianji was even rarer. She didn't stop, and her cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. When one reached the peak, one still had to climb the mountain. Actually, I also understood this principle, but I didn't have the heart to do it. There is a young man called Fuding in Liyang. He has inherited half of Wang Xianji's legacy in Eastern Sea's martial emperor city. However, after he lost to Su Fengnian, he has not reached the level of ridiculous yet. But you are not much better. There is nothing you can do about it. Compared to me, your comprehension really makes one feel despair. Hearing Huyen Dogwan's long-winded ramblings, Taimu Dui smiled. In this world, the only thing that made him feel more intimate than the cheap sword at his waist was this old man's self-praise and belittlement. However, when he saw this man fight for the first time, after receiving 2 strikes from Su Yanbing, Taimu Dai had to admit that Huyen Dogwan was the most wasteful person in the world. Huyen Dogwan suddenly sighed softly, "Silly boy, I don't expect you to surpass Su Fengnian in this life. But you must follow closely behind him." Taimu Dai held it in for a long time. Finally, he mustered up the courage to say what was in his heart. Taimudi, my sword, my swordsmanship, from the very beginning, was the only one in the world. I don't need to learn from anyone. Huyen Dogwan was stunned. He turned to look at this young man who came from Beimang like him. He patted his shoulder and said, "I underestimated you." "Very good." Huyen Dogwan rubbed his chin and said seriously, "No wonder I, Huyen Dogwan, chose you. It turns out that our temperaments are similar. You made me ask myself from time to time when I was in Liyang. Was I blinded by lard and blind to give you advice back then? Just based on this, you will definitely be number one in the world. Xianxia, who was not far away, was completely stunned. This shameless and attentive fellow was that Northern Mang Great Grandmaster who was respectfully referred to as one man, one sect? The martial arts genius who was said to have the potential to replace Tuoba Bodhisattva and compete with Wang Xianji for number one in the world? Then he felt a little dispirited and powerless. He felt that it was better to return to the land of Shu as soon as possible. The men of the outside world, from the one surnamed Su to Su Yanbing, to this Huyan Dogwan, were all bastards. In the courtyard, Chen Jibao still did not move. Xie Guaniying sat upright and still. However, this scholar who had reached a high realm did not show any signs of facing a great enemy. Su Fengnian looked at the tea in his cup. With a thought, the water rippled. There was once a Beimang whose sword aura was close to yellow and green. He delivered more than half of his sword and 16 Buddhas were born. Su Fengnian said sarcastically, so there is such a scholar. Then, he gently raised his cup and drank the tea in one gulp. Then, Xie Guaniying, who could be said to have seen the vicissitudes of life, could not help but gasp in amazement when he saw this scene. Countless guests appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard. There was an old man wearing a sheepskin coat who seemed to be standing on top of a mountain and shouting, "Sword, come!" There was a middle-aged swordsman riding a donkey and holding a peach branch. His flying sword circled around him. There was a burly old man with snow-white hair standing with his hands behind his back. An old man with a pair of long eyebrows sat cross-legged and looked like he was eating a sword. There was a short old man with missing front teeth who walked with a box on his back. There were 3 Taoist priests who were different in age but had similar expressions. They stood side by side. There were 3 Wudang Taoists who wore the same Taoist robes. One of them lowered his head and frowned to interpret the lot. One of them looked at the same level and stretched out his finger to break the river. There was an old man with empty hands. His sword arrived as soon as he came. There was someone standing in the middle of the thunder pool where purple gas rose. There was a talisman general in red armor who looked solemn. There was a woman in a green robe who seemed to be leaning on the railing and looking into the distance. There was a stalwart man who held a spear and faced the north. There was an old man in a python robe with his sleeves wrapped in red silk. There was a tall old man who wore a cold saber on his waist. There was a continuous stream of people appearing. The courtyard could be considered spacious. The ground was full of people, and the air was also full of people. In the end, there was even a sickly and haggard scholar sitting on the stone bench beside Xie Guaniying. He seemed to be mocking Xie Guaniying. These dozens of people spoke together about the free and easy style of the spring and autumn period. Chapter 1441. Xie Guaniying was neither frightened nor idle. He was still in a leisurely mood as he spoke tirelessly, commenting on each of the distinguished figures. Finally, he looked sideways at the withered scholar sitting to the side. He raised his teacup and laughed. "When you and I parted in Jiangnan, your hair was still white. You said you would lead hundreds of old soldiers out of Liaodong to take a look at the army of the Su barbarians. At that time, you, Li Shan, were in high spirits. After all these years, you ended up like this, neither a human nor a ghost. Even in death, you were not at ease. What are you planning? Do you really believe that if Bailiang defended the country, it could exchange for the so-called eternal peace of Mount Huanglongshan? You have to know that a dynasty that can last for 400 to 500 years is already an extremely long-lived dynasty." Xie Guaniying seemed to be able to drink the wine and was drunk. He raised his voice and laughed boldly. "Li Shan, oh Li Shan, I told you a long time ago that if you really joined the army of the Su family, then the person you assisted in your later years would only be a northwest vassal king who died early. He would only leave a bad name in the official history after he died in battle. He would also drag you down to the bottom of the ranking of future meddlesome strategists, even worse than Nalan Yusi who traveled the Great River with you. It's a pity that you never believed in prophecies and ghosts. Even after I predicted Sun Ping's death, you still didn't believe it. You said it was only because Sun Ping's technique of ruling the country was wrong. His death was decided by man and not by the heavens. You've always been a stubborn person. No wonder in this life, the older you get, the more unhappy you become. Xia Guining retracted his gaze and looked at Su Fengnian opposite him. He sneered, "What, you think you're so great because you have more people? Are you so forgetful that you forgot who was ranked before you on one of the most important treasures of the Guanyin sect, the immortal map of the land of God? You used the fusion of the three sects of Ancestor Lu as your goal and used Buddhism as your foundation to make a great visualization. You invited so many people from your previous life. It's quite spectacular. But aren't you afraid that this kind of effort will only be a lamb entering the tiger's den?" Su Fengnian sat upright and still. He said calmly, "Among these seniors, some are scholars and some are not. Some are dead. Some were already dead, while others were still alive. Among them, the dead could continue to live, but they were already dead. The way they appeared today meant that in the eyes of Su Fengnian, they were truly outstanding. In your opinion, perhaps my Su Fengnian stubbornly defending Bailiang to the death was a lack of ambition, and my master Li Yishan staying in Tide Listening Pavilion for 20 years was a trap of his own making. Su Shao, with his 300,000 border soldiers, was a fool not to fight for that chair. I don't find it strange that you think this way. Everyone has their own aspirations, their own desires, and their own thoughts. I just want to tell you something. Everyone has their own way of living. It's not up to you, Xia Guining, to do it just because you think it's interesting. It's hard to live a happy life. It's hard to live according to your own wishes, and it's even harder to live according to others' wishes. If you want to do business with me, Su Fengnian, and Bailiang, you should at least figure out what kind of person I am. Since there's not much difference between our positions, how can there be business in the world that forces people to buy and sell?" Su Fengnian suddenly laughed. "Mr. Xia, you've been living a carefree life. You probably don't know what it's like to walk in the mud with your feet." Not long ago, he had teased Xia Guining about whether or not he understood. Now that he said this, it seemed especially murderous. Xia Guining looked around, his expression cold. Su Fengnian narrowed his long and narrow eyes. "If Sir Xia thinks that these people of the council are just for show, you can give it a try. Let's see whether or not they'll become supplements for the king of Shu to ascend to the celestial realm." Chen Jibao, who had been slowly sipping his spring tea, suddenly put down his teacup. The teacup made a soft sound as it hit the table. Xia Guining snorted coldly. "According to your highness's habits, shouldn't I say that the deal is over, but the benevolence is still there?" Su Fengnian smiled and asked in return, "You're really not going to fight? Then you'll be leaving empty-handed after coming here in high spirits." Xia Guining turned to look at the man in white, who shook his head. Xia Guining was slightly helpless, but he didn't show any weakness. Water without a source, no matter how much there is, it can't withstand squandering. Let me give you a word of advice. Your Highness's stance should be used to deal with Tuoba Bodhisattva. The people around Su Fengnian gradually dissipated. He stood up with a smile and asked, "Then let's stop here." Xia Guining sat still and said with a cold expression, "Forgive me for not seeing you out." From beginning to end, Chen Jibao didn't say a word. Outside the door, Su Fengnian was about to pass by Xia Guining, who had an inquisitive look on her face. He stopped and smiled. "Aunt Xia, do you never want to come to Bailiang again?" "That's right. There's little water here, and there's a lot of wind and sand. It's bad for the skin. You weren't on the Rouge rankings in the first place. If another young woman stole the title of the #1 beauty in Shu, I'll feel guilty." Xia Guining sneered. "The great king of Bailiang is fussing with a woman like me. How magnanimous of you." Su Fengnian smiled warmly and said, "It's my fault. Finally, to tell you the truth, Xia's tea brewing skills are truly unique in the world. It's such a big technical job that I can't reward you. Xia Guining wasn't sure if this bastard was speaking from the bottom of his heart or if there was a knife hidden in his smile. However, deep in her heart, there was still a trace of self-satisfaction that she didn't want to admit. The 5 of them mounted their horses and left. Tan Tai Ping looked calmly at the pale Su Fengnian and glanced at Huyen Daguan. She frowned and said, "Why do you have to show off your courage? Xia Guining is much stronger than me in terms of combat ability and realm. If we really fight, your technique is more of a competition of realms. It's the strongest technique that Xia Guining can't be more familiar with." Su Fengnian waved his hand and interrupted Tan Tai Ping's words. He smiled and said, "I'll just treat it as a warm-up so that I won't be flustered the next time I face Tuoba Bodhisattva. Although I didn't fight with Xia Guining, it's not like I didn't gain anything. The visualization that was originally leaking on all sides has been mended a lot." After Su Fengnian finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Yanbing and said with a bitter smile, "Uncle Su, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take a detour and tell Deputy General Han." "Yes, tell him that he doesn't need to blame himself." Su Yanbing was puzzled but he didn't ask much. His fellow disciple Han Laozhan was now the Deputy General of Lingzhou. In name, he was guarding the southernmost gate of Beiliang. In reality, everyone knew that Han Laozhan's most important duty was to keep an eye on the movements of Western Shu. This was to prevent the Shu army from adding insult to injury when the battle at Liangmang was in full swing. The 5 of them had already parted ways before they left the city. They went in 3 different directions. Su Fengnian and Tan Tai Ping went north to enter Liangzhou. Su Yanbing went south to pass on a message to Han Laozhan. Huyen Daguan and Taimu Dai, could roam around Lingzhou. The 2 of them didn't have much to do with Beiliang. Su Fengnian didn't have the face to order them around. After Su Fengnian and Tan Tai Ping rode out of the city, he lamented, "Let's not talk about combat power. Just talking about the level of state, Tuoba Bodhisattva was the second most powerful person in the world. Actually, there was an obvious gap between him and Wang Xianji." Tan Tai Ping nodded and said, "Speaking of this, although Huyen Daguan has lost to Tuoba Bodhisattva, the former's state is still higher than the latter. This is related to talent and fate. With Wang Xianji's death, the gap between the 14 people of Wushu isn't as big as it used to be. Both the state and combat power are the same. Of course, Tuoba Bodhisattva is the number 1 in terms of killing. It's the sneaky Xia Guining who has been working for others for many years. His state is the highest. You and Huyen Daguan are close behind for the time being." Speaking of this, Tan Tai Ping paused for a moment. It was as if she was hesitating whether she should reveal the secret. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Are you trying to say that Chao Chongqing will be a flash in the pan and Chen Zhibao will also surpass him later?" Tan Tai Ping did not know why, but as she stared at this young man whose hair had turned black again, she felt that he was more and more distant from the past. Su Fengnian's lips curled up. He did not hold the reins and habitually kept his hands in his sleeves. He looked into the distance. "Don't look at me with such a pitiful gaze. That Xia Guining has been looking at me for a long time." Tan Tai Ping blurted out, "If you really find it annoying, then beat up Xia Guining first." Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry. A woman was a woman. She was like a fairy. She could also be rude and unreasonable. Tan Tai Ping laughed. She should have realized that she was being unreasonable. Su Fengnian galloped more than 30 miles outside the city. He dismounted and fed the war horse. During this pause on the way back to Liangzhou, Tan Tai Ping asked, "Why did you let Su Yanbing tell Han Laozhan not to blame himself? Did the Lingzhou army make a mistake?" With a complicated expression, Su Fengnian said, "I only had this guess after seeing him and Xia Guining. If I'm not wrong, the 10,000 soldiers on the surface of Shu have not left Shu, but secretly, I'm afraid there are more than 10,000 people who have already left Western Shu. This step was probably something that Chen Zhibao had thought about before he entered Shu. Mobilizing 10 to 20,000 soldiers and maximizing their strength would be a headache for ordinary generals on the battlefield, but to Chen Zhibao, it was no different from playing a game. Furthermore, we are just changing the location of these troops. The moment he started to talk, Su Fengnian started to mutter to himself, "Wait for it. These Shu soldiers who have not fought for a full 400 years will shock the entire Liang dynasty in the Guangling Road battle." Back then, Su Shao, who was known for his cavalry, used infantry to take down Western Shu. This gave the imperial court and the Central Plains a misunderstanding that the Shu soldiers were not strong enough. However, the Tide Listening Pavilion's secret files clearly recorded how the Shu soldiers dared to fight to the death. Western Shu, which had the natural advantage of defending the country, only had 120,000 troops. But do you know how many Shu soldiers died back then? Up to 90,000, a full 90,000. The intensity of the battle is the greatest in the spring and autumn period. Chapter 1442. Speaking of this, Su Fengnian gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Son of a bitch, if Beiliang could have Western Shu as a strategic depth and source of troops, would I still need to listen to the imperial court? Would I still need to personally go out of the calabash and lead 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry to their deaths? I could sit on a small stool in Huaiyang Pass and bask in the sun while eating melon seeds, waiting for those Beimang barbarians to attack Beiliang. Would they dare? Humph, if it weren't for Zhao Dun asking him, the Minister of War, to go to Western Shu, it would have been Gu Jiantong's Liangliao defense line to face those millions of troops." Looking at the young lord who lost his composure, Tantai Pingjing smiled and said softly, "You really don't want to be the emperor? I think you'll be a good emperor." The muttering Su Fengnian calmed down and raised his head to ask, "Why?" Tantai Pingjing said, "The Zhao family can't tolerate Beiliang, but you can tolerate the Central Plains." Su Fengnian said lazily, "There are definitely people who can do better than me when it comes to being the emperor and sitting on the dragon throne. However, I, Su Fengnian, am the only one who can be the king of Northern Liang in this world. This has something to do with my martial prowess and knowledge, but that is not the most important thing. As for whether I can be the king of Northern Liang, it has nothing to do with me." Tantai Pingjing asked, "Even Chen Zhibao can't?" Su Fengnian said softly, "Probably not. But Chen Zhibao can't do it, not because this white-clothed war saint can't do it, but because of my own selfishness. I don't care who sits on the dragon throne, but the position of the king of Beiliang must be mine." Tantai Pingjing said considerately, "It's natural to live for oneself. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost." Su Fengnian couldn't help laughing and said, "My master Tantai, I can tolerate such nonsense if others say it, but why are you also beginning to misinterpret the Buddhist classics? As one of the few Qi trainer gurus in the world, Tantai Pingjing is the one who catches the fish that escapes the net for the natural law. How can she not know the true meaning of this sentence of Buddhism that is taken out of context by the world?" She asked, "Did I really misinterpret it?" Su Fengnian sighed softly. "You think too highly of me." After the two of them mounted their horses, Su Fengnian suddenly smiled brightly. "You asked me if I want to be the emperor? Why don't you make a guess?" Tantai Pingjing was furious. So the two of them rode north in silence. However, when they were less than 100 li away from Liangzhou city, Su Fengnian stopped his horse at the relay station and told her to head west without any warning. Tantai Pingjing asked, "What is the west, hundreds or thousands of miles?" Su Fengnian smiled and said that if he wanted to borrow troops from others, they wouldn't be able to reach an agreement. He even said that he needed to make this trip by himself. Otherwise, it would seem as if he was going to cause trouble. It would be ridiculous. Tantai Pingjing said that the person who is most confident in killing you alone in the world happens to be in the middle of the road to the west of Mount Lantua. Su Fengnian only said, "Yes," and didn't say anything else. Tantai Pingjing suddenly flew into a rage. Even if Su Longxiang is your brother, he has his own destiny. Are you going to protect him for a lifetime? You have already suffered enough in Liuzhou. Are you going to break your head and bleed again? Su Fengnian smiled. I didn't even fight with Xie Guinying. I won't fight with Tuoba Bodhisattva for the time being. Of course, I will take a detour. I won't look for Tuoba Bodhisattva if I have nothing better to do. Tantai Pingjing suppressed her anger. I will send you to Qingcang City. Let me give you a word of advice. You better not fight with others in Mount Lantua. Otherwise, even if I foresee that Tuoba Bodhisattva wants to kill you, I can only watch him do it. Su Fengnian blinked. Actually, I was waiting for you to say this. Tantai Pingjing's expression was extremely ugly. It was obvious that this Qi refinement grandmaster was enraged. Su Fengnian mounted the horse again. He smiled gently and asked, have you guessed the answer to that question? Tantai Pingjing's temper finally exploded. She said angrily, guess your head. Su Fengnian's lips moved slightly as he muttered something softly. Tantai Pingjing instantly regained the demeanor of a Qi refinement grandmaster. In the second year of the auspicious talisman, the valley rain arrived. Spring had already set in. Every household had a cinnabar tome that forbade scorpions. After Su Fengnian and Tantai Pingjing parted ways at the south of Qingcang City, he traveled alone to the hinterland of the west region. He finally saw that inconspicuous mountain. And at this time, a monk nicknamed Useless Yi went down to Guangling and found Chao Zhangqing, who was on a western Chu ship. The monk was floating on a reed leaf on the river with his hands clasped together. He raised his head and looked at the green robe, asking Chao Zhangqing to put down an item and pick up an item. Chao Chongqing did not speak. He only shook his head. Chao Chongqing could not let go of Dechu. Chao Chongqing could not pick up the central plains. The monk from Mount Lantua, whose real name was Lu Songtao, asked, even I can let go. Why can't you? Chao Chongqing smiled. You have never picked up the things that I can't let go of. How can you let go of them? Useless monk lowered his head and chanted a Buddhist proclamation. Chao Chongqing looked up at the distant capital of Dechu. He said that he could not let go of Dechu. He could not let go of the capital, the imperial palace, the pavilion, or the chessboard. Actually, it was just that he could not let go of her, who was watching the chessboard with a smile. On this day, Useless monk died in battle on Guangling River. On this day, seawater poured into Guangling River. The Confucian sage Chao Chongqing's domineering ways were known to all. When Su Fengnian climbed the mountain, bells suddenly rang all over the mountain. Su Fengnian sensed the melodious sounds of the bells. He stopped halfway up Mount Lantua and looked to the east, lost in thought. Su Fengnian slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head to put his palms together. He hoped that Bailiang would not be sad. After Su Fengnian and the others left, Chen Zhibao gently picked up his teacup and remained silent. Xie Guinying stood up and could not help but laugh and scold, this guy is indeed Li Yishan's disciple. He's so stubborn. He even turned around and scolded me. However, I don't know if he listened. Su Fengnian's realm is like water without a source. Apart from the west, he'll have enemies on 3 fronts from today onwards. It's even more so for Bailiang. Chen Zhibao smiled, anyway, we didn't ask for anything on this trip to Lingzhou. I just want to take one last look at Bailiang, which is still peaceful. Are you? Is it because the father-in-law pinches his nose and suppresses his anger to look at the son-in-law? Xie Guinying mocked himself, I only have a son. How can I be a son-in-law? Chen Zhibao's smile grew wider. He was actually joking, are you trying to make things difficult for the mother-in-law's attitude towards her daughter-in-law? Xie Guinying sighed and changed the topic. He said gloomily, if the situation gives me half a year, just half a year, then you, Chen Zhibao shook his head, don't talk about half a year on the battlefield. An hour or even a quarter of an hour can decide the outcome of a battle. Xie Guining sat back down on his stool and asked curiously, "You really don't have anything you want to tell Su Fengnian?" Chen Jibao said indifferently, "Something I want to tell him? Yes, I just don't want to say it." Xie Guining could understand why this white-clothed man's words seemed to contradict themselves. Xie Guining rested his elbows on the table and leaned his body, appearing more leisurely and comfortable. That fellow's words hit the nail on the head. The world's affairs are the most difficult to go according to one's wishes. For example, if Su Fengnian was an embroidered pillow like before and Bailiang followed your surname, Chen, he wouldn't have so much trouble if he had obediently become a puppet vassal king. If Su Fengnian was not only the world's #1 martial artist, but also possessed Chen Jibao's military strategy and was the world's #1 commander, then I would have gone straight to Mount Qingliang instead of Shu. Chen Jibao and Bailiang's Su family seemed to have tied a dead knot. As Su Fengnian's achievements increased, it became harder to resolve. Chapter 1443. A look of schadenfreude appeared on Xie Guining's face. "What do you think of Su Fengnian, His Royal Highness and the new Prince of Liang?" Xie Guining thought he would never get an answer after asking this question, but Chen Jibao answered without hesitation, "I might have been jealous when he was still a child. But when he became the king of Bailiang, I didn't feel much anymore." Xie Guining was surprised. "Jealous? You're a master of military strategy who defeated Yi Baikue. You could have become a prince of a different surname in your 20s. Why would you be jealous of a crown prince of a vassal state who had no choice but to hide his dirty writing and ruin his reputation?" Chen Jibao smiled. Su Fengnian was right about one thing. "There are some small things that you don't understand, Sir Xie." Xie Guining fell into deep thought. Huang Sanjia prided himself on being flawless in his calculations. Later on, he went to calculate people's hearts to pass the time. In the end, he miscalculated that young ranger who used a wooden sword in the capital. Chen Jibao stood up slowly. "When I was young, there was a man and a woman who had an argument." Xie Guining was truly curious this time. It wasn't hard to guess the identity of the man and woman. Only the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, and princess consort Wu Su could keep the war sage in mind for so many years. But the content of the argument was something he couldn't guess. The corners of Chen Jibao's mouth curled up into a smile, but he didn't try to hide it. "That man said that we men should wear armor and ride horses to kill enemies. Even if we get off the horse, we should still wear the black armor to look handsome and powerful. The woman said that wearing simple and elegant white robes would make one look better and more scholarly. Later on, when I came to Bailiang, other than the initial battle caused by Zhao Dun, I didn't fight many major battles when I became the Bailiang Protector General. There were only intermittent small battles. Most of the time, I spent reading books in that residence where I could see yellow sand as soon as I opened the door. My father died early, but at least I have some impression of him. My mother died even earlier, so my memory is very vague. That's why I've always treated that man as my foster father, but I've always treated that woman as my mother." Then, Chen Jibao stopped smiling. "As long as Godfather is alive, I won't touch Su Fengnian. But if he died in Liang River Lake or Beimang grassland, I wouldn't care. My adoptive father believed in this original intention, but many people didn't. Even Yao Jian and Yi Shi didn't believe it. So, they found Beimang's killer, Xue Songguan, behind my back and paid for his death. Huang Sanjia had the prophecy that the dragon and python would be beheaded by Bai Yi. It was not only a trap for the Bailiang Su family, but it was also a shackle for me, Chen Jibao. Therefore, during the ambush at the Iron Gate Pass, she thought that I was going to kill people. I can tolerate many things, but I can't tolerate her. Back then, I killed her parents at the West Wall with my own hands, but I let her go." After a moment of silence, Chen Jibao said in a low voice, "My father met his death calmly. I only hate the world, but I never hate anyone. I also recognize Godfather, and he's sincere. So, I'd rather follow Godfather to the northwest border than be some southern border vassal king. But if you want me, Chen Jibao, to give the impression of being an ignorant child, why should I, Chen Jibao, follow you everywhere? Just because he's surnamed Su like my godfather? That one day, he'll be hereditary? Xie Guining happened to cross the threshold of the small courtyard. After hearing his words, her eyes shone brightly, and she was intoxicated. This was the man she adored. In the eyes of the world, the southern border vassal king title was still too small. Only the whole world was enough. Xie Guining started to brew tea again. This time, compared to the undercurrent just now, it was naturally much more relaxed and comfortable. Xie Guining shook his sleeves and sat back on the stool. I know best what Su Fengnian has done these years. When he was in Taipei City, I kept an eye on him. But when he left the capital, I was only disappointed. Xie Guining couldn't help but ask, why would Sir be disappointed? Although I also dislike that Su Fengnian, if we really talk about it, he still has some ways. Xie Guining suppressed her disgust and finally managed to say, speak honestly. From this, it could be seen that Su Fengnian, the new Prince Liang, was not the same as before. He was not as unsightly as before. Chen Jibao smiled and said, Sir Xie is disdaining his lack of ambition. He doesn't even have the thought of sitting on the dragon throne. Or rather, he suppresses it very well. Xie Guining's eyes widened. Of those extraordinary men in the world, who doesn't want to be the emperor? She raised her sleeve to cover her mouth, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. She sneered and said, is Su Fengnian still a man? On the stone table, steam rose in spirals. The aroma of tea assailed their nostrils. During this time, Xie Guining's thoughts were clear. She could see that Xie Guining was quite interested in talking, so she asked about some things that she had been holding back for a long time. Why were there so many experts in the world today? Why was their style so much better than the Jianghu of the past? Sir Xie smiled and told her that the spring of Yonghui was not just a harvest year for the Liang government. Huang Longsher had used the next 100 or 1,000 years of the Jianghu as the price to create the illusion of a big year. He was like a prodigal son. Not only did he eat his fill, but he also ate all the food for future years. In the future, there would no longer be a big year, only a small year, and it would get smaller and smaller. Generation after generation of Jianghu, there were no more land immortals, no more people who resonated with the heavens and earth, no more people who asked for immortality. There was not a single level 4 grandmaster. In the end, only the level 2 experts who were now only grandmasters became grandmasters in the eyes of the future generations. Today, all the legends of the Jianghu would become legends that the future generations half believed and half doubted. A new emperor brings new officials. One generation of grudges, one generation of grudges. Why did the new emperor, Zhao Zhuan, still seem to have a grudge against the new Prince Liang for killing his father? Sir Xie's expression was playful. Of course, there was no grudge against him for killing his father, but there was a bit of hatred for him for stealing his wife. Hearing this, Sir Xie's mouth fell open. That Su fellow had such heaven-defying methods? Could it be that he really had some shady relationship with the Bailiang dynasty's Empress Liang? Xie Guining, who knew the inside story of the Zhao family, hit the nail on the head. The previous emperor, Zhao Dun, at least knew that the empress, Zhao Ji, was just fighting with the king of Bailiang's concubine, Wu Su. It was not that there was anything between Zhao Ji and Su Shao. However, there was indeed such a thorn in the emperor's heart. The key was that this thorn was deeply hidden. Even the new empress, Yan Dongwu, could not remove it, not to mention any outsiders. They might even die if they touched it. Xie Guining pointed at Chen Jibao and joked, in the new emperor's heart, our king of Shu is another thorn, just like how the previous emperor, Zhao Dun, treated Su Shao with complicated feelings. Chen Jibao's expression was calm as he waited patiently for the new cup of tea. When Chen Zhibao took the teacup from Sir Xie's hands, he looked at Xie Guining and asked, Su Fengnian said so much today. Do you know what he really wants to do? Xie Guining nodded and sighed. In this aspect, Su Fengnian and Li Yishan are truly worlds apart. Chen Zhibao said bluntly, therefore, only people like Song Dongming will have a place at Mount Qingliang. You, Xie Guining, will not go. Xie Guining dismissed it with a laugh. After seeing Sir Xie's thoughtful expression from the corner of his eye, he joked, fine, since I've already told you so many interesting secrets, this one won't make a difference. Su Fengnian believed in Buddhism since he was young and believed in the afterlife. As his relatives passed away one by one, he became more and more afraid that he had monopolized the fate of his entire family, causing his relatives to not be able to enjoy blessings. Therefore, as a person who remained in the mortal realm, he would risk his life to accumulate good karma for the Su family and repay the debt of Su Shao, who killed countless people in the spring and autumn period. Xie Guining laughed and said, what a good, the son pays the father's debt. Therefore, whether Su Fengnian wants to be the emperor or not, he doesn't dare. How pitiful. After Sir Xie recovered from his shock, he lowered his head and said softly, how pitiful. Chen Zhibao muttered, is it pitiful? Chapter 1444. In the vast western regions, there were mountains that cut the western regions into two like long swords. The protectorate of the western regions, established by the Great Feng dynasty, was located at a broken mountain pass. Its territory was even larger than the current Liang dynasty. After the fall of the dynasty, the protectorate gradually became a city without a master. After more than 200 years of bloody disputes, the ancient city established its own rules. It had the most complicated network in the world. Perhaps an old man past his prime in a smoky noodle house was once a noble descendant of a certain country in the spring and autumn period. Perhaps an unreasonable butcher who bared his chest every day was a general of the Central Plains who commanded tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Perhaps a white-haired old woman who could bargain with a vendor for an hour when she finally got what she wanted and turned around to play with her hair would lead people to guess that when she was young, the old woman must have been a lady of a noble family who had been raised in a lush and beautiful place. In addition to these survivors who had been forgotten along with the spring and autumn period, there were more outlaws in the city. Everyone was doing all kinds of shady things. There were horse gang who came to the border all year round to get drunk in their leisure time. There were killers who killed people like Flax. There were people who were nominally merchants but were actually spies of a certain force. There were people who died almost every day in the throat of the western region, but they all followed the rules. If someone didn't follow the rules and died, someone would naturally intervene and end the matter in an orderly way. In a carriage that was temporarily hired to drive to the city, the coachman was a middle-aged man with a sallow face and thin body, but his eyes were sharp. He was talking about the city's rules, with spittle flying everywhere. Sitting beside him was a young man who was not commonly seen in the western regions. His elegant green robe was not uncommon in the city, but the appearance of a young man was rare. In the eyes of the native man, this guest was like a character in a storyteller he had heard of in his early years. A scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial exam, stayed in an ancient temple, and then met a fox spirit who turned into a human. In the dusk, the man looked up at the vague outline of the huge city, and then he couldn't help but look at the foreign employer who was not generous with money from the corner of his eyes, feeling a little regretful. In the town they were going to, though most of the people lived and died according to the rules, rules had to be made, and it was unfortunate that they had come across this little group of people, whose observance of the rules depended on their mood. Some people would become rich overnight because of this. After being chosen by the big shots in the city, they would rise to the top in a single bound in the largest city of the western regions, which was home to more than 100,000 people. There were also some people who were never heard from again because of this. A few years ago, the coachman had taken a group of 4 people into the city, 3 men and 1 woman, armed with sabers and swords. They looked quite skilled, but before they could rest, they were blocked by the cavalry from the inner city. It was really a fierce battle. The four people were indeed skilled. They directly jumped out of the carriage and onto the roof. The rain of arrows that was like a splash of water didn't hurt them at all. The coachman didn't dare to look and abandoned the carriage, almost crawling away. Later, he learned that the four people had been hanged at the east gate of the city. It was said that they were heroes from the Central Plains who came to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, the family of the enemy had become an influential family in the inner city, and only 40 or 50 people were killed in the city. In fact, there were several such tragedies every year. In the final analysis, that city was open to everyone, but not everyone could leave. However, the coachman didn't dare to say this, for fear of scaring the young employer beside him. Of course, he was even more afraid that his commission would fly away like a cooked duck. Before the shabby carriage entered the city, the coachman kindly told the young man about the current situation in the city. For example, the city was divided into the inner and outer city. There were 4 local gangs and sects in the outer city, and they liked to go out of the city to play cavalry when they had nothing to do. At the peak of their strength, there were thousands of cavalry on both sides. It was said that the 4 forces together had more than 3,000 warhorses and hundreds of crossbows. If you provoked them, you would be waiting to be torn apart by 5 horses. Anyway, those guys had done such things before. In the inner city, there were 3 guys with surnames that couldn't be provoked. They were extremely influential and had a strong family background. In any case, they were the local tyrants in the city. Among them, the Chai family had collected 20 to 30 dragon robes. The head of the Chai family rarely went out with great fanfare. He really wore a dragon robe as the rumors said, and the beauties around him were all wearing phoenix coronets and robes. They really looked like empresses and imperial concubines. It was an eye-opener. When they approached the city gate, the coachman who was thirsty took off the goatskin wine bag and drank a mouthful of wine. He turned to look at the young man who was listening to him carefully and grinned. "I said all this just to let you be more careful. But in case you really run into trouble, if there are those red-robed monks with prayer wheels nearby, you must hurry to them and ask for help. After all, in our western region, they are living bodhisattvas. No matter how unreasonable they are, they will always restrain themselves." After entering the city, the young man got off the carriage at a downtown inn in the east of the city that he recommended. He gave the coachman a few more taels of silver. Although there was some black rust on the silver, there was no twilight. It was pleasing to look at. This made the coachman feel that his words were not in vain. Good people will be rewarded. However, when he saw the young man walk slowly into the inn without any scheming, the coachman's eyes were a little complicated. In fact, his words were in vain. When outsiders entered this inn, whether they could come out alive was up to fate. Even if they were lucky enough to walk out, they would lose a few layers of skin. However, when he thought about how the inn would give him a little share of the profits after he killed the fat sheep, the coachman couldn't help but secretly laugh. However, at this moment, the young man also turned around and looked at him with a smile. The coachman's smile suddenly stiffened, but soon his smile returned to normal. He even waved his hand at the poor guy who was unaware that he was a sheep in a tiger's den. When the coachman cheerfully swung his whip and left, he probably didn't know that if this city was a local snake entrenched in the territory of the western regions and was feared, then he had personally delivered a great serpent with the power to easily swallow the snake. The person who hired the carriage to enter the city was Su Fengnian, who had not received a clear answer from Mount Lantua. There were more than 300,000 monks in the western regions, both on the books and not on the books. There were 40 to 50,000 monk soldiers affiliated with Mount Lantua. However, even if Su Fengnian personally came to Mount Lantua, he could not successfully take away a single soldier. However, it was not as if there was no turning point. Su Fengnian came to the protectorate of the western regions of the Great Feng dynasty to do his best for this bleak turning point, and then leave the rest to fate. In the center of the inner city, there was a small mountain no more than 20 feet high, known as Little Lantua. At the top of the mountain, there was the world's largest prayer wheel. Its copper body was gilded and weighed 120,000 pounds. The outside of the wheel was carved with the 4 bodhisattvas of Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Guanyin, Ksitagarbha, and 8,000 lifelike fairies. The inside of the wheel was engraved with 810,000 6-syllable mantras and all the Tripitaka. The prayer wheel had a large ring for people to hold on to. The reason why it was said to be empty was because no one had ever successfully moved the prayer wheel after it was created. Thus, each rotation was equivalent to 810,000 chants of Buddha. Until now, no one had been able to enjoy the great fortune of reciting Buddha's name. This anecdote had been circulating in the Central Plains for a long time along with Buddhism's journey to the East. It was said that the difficulty of this method is difficult to turn was first in climbing Little Lantua, then in the strength of dragons and elephants equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds. The third difficulty was whether one had the fate with Buddha. There was once a monk of Mount Lantua who said that even Lu Zhu and Wang Xianji would find it difficult to turn the prayer wheel. For Su Fengnian, even if Mount Lantua wanted him to turn the prayer wheel, it was not impossible for him to try. However, Su Fengnian did not dare to say that he would succeed. There were many eminent monks in Mount Lantua. There were 2 Buddhas like Lu Songtao in the mortal world, plus the Bodhisattva of 6 jewels and dozens of masters. Once they joined forces to defend against something or prevent someone from doing something, it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky. Su Fengnian believed that with the strength of the 14 Wu judges, it would not be difficult to move the prayer wheel. The real difficulty should be the Buddhist faith that seemed to exist but not exist. Mount Lantua gave a forward reminder to the young vassal king who personally visited the mountain, heavenly water-bathing Buddha. Su Fengnian checked in on the 2nd floor of the inn. He opened the window and looked worried. Guyu, March 2nd. However, the Buddha's birthday of 9 dragons spitting water, bathing in golden body, was not until April 8. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Su Fengnian to waste an entire month in this isolated city thousands of li away from northern Liang. However, at the foot of the mountain, Su Fengnian met a stooped old woman who was holding a small prayer wheel in her hand. After chatting for a while, the old woman gave the ordinary prayer wheel to Su Fengnian. When Su Fengnian thought about it, the old woman's unintentional words reverberated in his heart like the roar of a large bell. At that time, she said that one could not rotate the prayer wheel too quickly. It was not that the more times one rotated it, the more merit one would accumulate. Instead, one had to be calm and steady. Su Fengnian knew that the old woman was just an ordinary person in the western region who worshipped Buddha. However, it was because of this that he truly felt that there was a God's will in the unseen world. Su Fengnian's mouth showed a trace of helplessness and bitterness. Did he really have to wait until April 8th? The war in Liangzhou's Huda city was in full swing. Liuzhou was also in the midst of a storm. People were dying in Beiliang every day. As the king of Beiliang, even if he could not personally mobilize the troops in the protectorate of Beiliang, he felt that he needed to stand there and see the smoke and hear the war drums with his own eyes. Only then could he feel at ease. If he could turn the prayer wheel, it would be fine. After Ko Jianghui entered Liuzhou, there would be 40 to 50,000 fearless and brave warrior monks. Then, he could turn from seeking defeat to seeking victory. In this way, Huang Manor, who bore the brunt of the attack on the western front of Liangmang, would have more stability. This was Su Fengnian's selfishness when he acted under the nose of Tuoba Bodhisattva. This was also why Tantai Pingjing was so angry at that time. Chapter 1445. When Su Fengnian killed the real dragon of Beimang, his state dropped greatly. If he could, why would he be willing to take the risk and run out of the calabash? However, the Beiliang cavalry was different from other border troops. The whole world knew that these cavalry were surnamed Su, and so did the Beiliang frontier army. However, Su Fengnian had usurped the title of prince. How difficult would it be to convince the 300,000 armored soldiers? The army and Jianghu were 2 different worlds. Just because Su Fengnian had become one of the few grandmasters in the world, he did not have the right to order thousands of soldiers and horses around. Su Xiao was only barely at the level of master of martial arts. Why was he the only one who could convince the masses? Why was it that Gu Jiantang was the world's #1 saber master, but his confidant Kai Nan led tens of thousands of soldiers under his command to see Su Xiao, who was wearing armor and holding a spear, and at the risk of losing his reputation and being useless in the eyes of the civil officials of Liang, he still willingly knelt down and saluted Su Xiao and turned around to ask Su Xiao to inspect the army. The reason was simple. Su Xiao could not kill many people single-handedly, but since Su Xiao left Liaodong, how many big cities had he slaughtered? How many surrendered soldiers had he killed? Martial artists were not scholars. They did not have sentimental feelings like unjust spring and autumn, the sinking of the Central Plains. Even if you were the soldiers who once again wore armor for the Zhao family after the fall of their country, other than hatred, you would still have an indescribable respect for Su Xiao in the depths of your heart. Su Fengnian knew that the prayer will might not be able to turn, but he still had to stand there obediently, feeling conflicted. The big dragon chair in Tai and city could be sat on by anyone except Su Fengnian. The big tiger skin chair on Mount Qingliang could not be sat on by anyone except Su Fengnian. This wasn't something that Su Fengnian could change just because his martial arts realm was extraordinary. In one's lifetime, there are bound to be concerns, and it is extremely difficult to become a self-proclaimed Han. Su Xiao, who was rarely eloquent in his speech, once said that when people come to this world, they have to suffer hardships to pay their debts. After paying their debts, if at the end of their lives there is still a surplus, then it is already a man's great ability. In the past, Su Fengnian did not feel much about this. However, when he saw the domineering actions of those general families in Lingzhou, his heart ached, but he also felt at ease. Look, these were the descendants of the people who had fought alongside Su Xiao. Su Xiao had never let down their fathers, who had risked their lives for him. That was why they could enjoy the happiness they had today. Even in a barren border like Beiliang, Su Xiao still allowed them to live a peaceful and luxurious life in Lingzhou, which was beyond the Great Wall in Jiangnan. Su Fengnian's hatred for Zhong Hongwu, the true killing intent, was not because the Huaihua general looked down on him, the second generation, but because Zhong Hongwu, who left the border to abuse his power as a matter of course, had harmed the general families in Lingzhou to the point that they had forgotten Su Xiao's good intentions. Standing by the window and looking at the bustling street outside, Su Fengnian said self-mockingly, "Aren't the heroes free to go?" There was a series of knocks on the door. It was the waiter of the restaurant who came to ask if he wanted to order some food. If it was not because he found it troublesome and did not want to go downstairs, the restaurant could deliver food to the room. The waiter even directly asked if he wanted to eat some outside food that was rich in dialect. He said that not only were there wild horses on the grassland, there were also skinny horses from Jiangnan that could play a little tune. It was just that the price was a little more expensive. It was 20 taels of silver each time. Su Fengnian politely declined with a smile and only asked for dinner. When the waiter saw that Su Fengnian did not look fat, he rolled his eyes on the spot and left resentfully. He complained that the coachman, who had not yet left the city to wait for good news, had poor eyesight. How many copper coins could he get from finding such a lean two-legged sheep? After that, Su Fengnian ate the food that was laced with knockout powder. The waiter who came to bring back the food box and chopsticks dawdled for a long time, but did not wait for Su Fengnian to hit his head on the table. He knew that he had encountered a difficult person. This was not a rare thing in this kind of unscrupulous restaurant that had been open for many years. Since soft methods did not work, then they would use hard methods. The restaurant had one or two treasures whose hands were stained with blood. If they really met a capable person who could not be persuaded by soft or hard methods, then they would admit defeat. Men who were able to take root in the western regions were particularly forthright in this kind of matter. They were able to put down their pride. If someone stepped on the ground, they would also be able to pick it up. Soon, a burly middle-aged man with a scar on his face pushed open the door and entered. 4 or 5 waiters who liked to join in the fun gathered at the corner of the corridor. They were either acting as the banker or placing bets on how long the handsome lad could last. One of them, who was a gambling addict, seemed to have lost many times. This time, he gambled big and used all his money to bet that the young lad would be safe and sound. The banker was the waiter who had delivered the food to the room earlier. He accepted the 3 or 4 taels of silver with a smile on his face and could not close his mouth. Unexpectedly, before the money had even warmed up, he had to give back 7 or 8 taels of silver. It was actually from a restaurant that was slightly famous in the outer city. Master Lu had just entered when he walked out. The restaurant waiter who was acting as the banker immediately tugged at his sleeve and asked bitterly, "Master Lu, could it be that you have taken a fancy to that handsome lad's appearance, so you went easy on him? This humble one will have to work hard for half a year for nothing." The burly man, who had the aura of a bandit for many years, but still had some of the arrogance of a soldier, flew into a rage when he heard the waiter's words. He kicked the bastard who had added fuel to the fire and sent him crashing into the corridor wall. Fortunately, he had used a bit of strength, but it was still enough to make the waiter feel better. He half knelt on the ground and gasped for breath like a fish on land, unable to utter a single word. The burly man lowered his voice and said angrily, "Go easy on your mother. If your mother was in the room, this daddy would have made her unable to get out of bed for half a month." How could the waiter dare to refute him? He endured the pain and groaned softly. Compared to that kick, this kind of vulgar words couldn't be any lighter. In the western regions, what did this amount to? It couldn't even be considered an appetizer. Even people like them, who were born and raised in this city in their 20s and 30s, more or less knew some inside stories. 20 years ago, there were many men and women who were unable to survive here with their own abilities. It was unknown how many noble women and jade leaves had to entertain guests in the dimly lit private kills. The men who guarded the door and solicited business for them might be their fathers or even the men in charge of the household. Therefore, many old men now, when they were sunbathing and waiting for death, liked to take a stance and say similar things to young people like them. "You young people are really born late. We are at the age where we are full of vigor and vitality, yet we have met a good age. Those women from the East, whether they are in their teens or 20s, or in their 30s or 40s, are much more beautiful than the women you see on the streets today. Their skin is really like fine silk to the touch. Although they are always bashful and like to make people extinguish the oil lamp before doing it, otherwise they will ask for more money, but this is not a big deal. Because when you really get on top of their bodies, you will know the pleasure. This kind of luck with women, you bunch of brats can forget about it." That man didn't pay attention to these young rascals whose eyes couldn't hold half a bowl of water and directly left. Even though he was far away from that room, he still had lingering fear. He had some words that he didn't have the face to say. When he stepped over the threshold, he just glanced at that person and almost couldn't take another step forward. If that person didn't smile and didn't continue to make things difficult for him, he would have already retreated and raised the flag high. But when he took 7 or 8 steps forward as if he was drinking milk, he was already drenched in sweat. No matter what, he was a brave man who had lived on the edge of a blade for 20 years, but he didn't dare to sit down. He only lightly cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to disturb the young master." When the young master nodded and smiled, he finally had the energy to move and turn around. Otherwise, he would probably be standing there like a block of wood waiting for death. This man stood at the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor and stopped. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He, Liu Dai, was a brave man in the army of a fallen country in the spring and autumn period at a young age. After so many years, he didn't lose his skills. Even after coming to this ancient protectorate of the western region, he still relied on luck to learn many unique skills from the Jianghu seniors who lived in seclusion here. How many times had he waded through blood and thrilling battles? Now, he even touched the threshold of Master Realm. Although he was at the bottom of the list of top 20 people in the outer city and didn't have a good ranking, he was still someone on the list. Could it be that it was really like what that old master said, that the so-called masters of the western region who lived behind closed doors were too weak? Compared to the orthodox Jianghu of the Central Plains, they were thousands of miles away. Liu Dai fled to the western region with his benefactor when he was 19 years old. In the past, he was also a soldier in the army and didn't have any thoughts about his homeland. As for the Jianghu of the Liang dynasty, he had never been involved. He always felt that this city was the capital of the western region. To be able to stand out and make a career here, even if they were not inferior to the masters of the Central Plains, they were not much worse. He firmly believed that among the top 10 masters in the inner city, even if not all of them were on par with the so-called world martial arts master, there should be at least 2 or 3 of them who were qualified to be on the list. However, today, Liu Dai only met the young man face to face, and he suddenly realized that he was a frog at the bottom of the well.